which are commercial agriculturists, but we can't get to all these locations where they are because that is not who we are. We need to leverage on partners. And one of these partners are the private sector that are in place, that already have the network, that already have the system, that already have the structure in place, and that's been doing this in the past. We've seen the example on one or two of our innovations that we have commercialized through the private sector, how it has moved so fast across the whole of Africa, beyond what we'll have been able to do as a city sector.
Smallholder farmers face many challenges, including climate change-related hazards, pests and diseases, increased cost of agro inputs, and continued soil health degradation resulting in low yields. These are aggravated by growing populations and aging farming communities.
IITA has been using ICTs in its research for a very long time. Now IITA is bringing in innovation in use of ICTs, not only for research management, but also for giving tools that are relevant for our stakeholders, particularly smallholder farmers who can benefit from the research as well as the data that is being generated for the decision making.
Agriculture has been recognized as an engine for economic development.
The myth is that the youth is not interested in agriculture. That's a myth. Youth are looking for sustainable employment where they can build dignified careers, gain a social status within the community in which they live, and be able to contribute to the economy in a way that also relates to them as viable actors. They need to feel needed and they need to feel valued before we can call them uninterested in agriculture. Now, if we have those conditions met and we're still seeing them going away from agriculture, we have a case to make. But before then, we are stereotyping young people.
As a commercial activity, agriculture can create jobs for women and the fast-growing younger population.
It is crucial to incorporate gender in all the research areas of IITA because we are really focusing on agricultural development within communities within Africa. And if you really want to have an innovation that suits the local context, you have to talk to both people because they have different expertise and different opportunities.
Africa has the potential to feed itself with its vast human and natural resources.
In proffering solution to malnutrition, hunger, and microdeficiency in Africa, we have developed standard operating procedures, SOPs. We are set to increase activities on food quality and expand effort on mainstreaming nutrition in agricultural research, thereby contributing to IITA and other CGIAR centers' nutrition objectives, and continuing to advocate for the visibility of nutrition in IITA and one CGIAR.
As the lead research partner facilitating agricultural solutions to overcome hunger and poverty in continental Africa, IITA plays a critical role in transforming Africa's agriculture while responding to strategic priorities set with partners and stakeholders. With a broad agenda from research to delivery across sub-Saharan Africa, IITA engages in scientific research in partnership with advanced research institutes. Its revised R4D structure is constructed around 3 science areas and aligned with CGIAR's research portfolio that addresses critical development issues, priority areas, and impact themes. Our R&D activities are integrated with public and private development efforts and driven by the needs of scaling partners and farmers. IITA actively participates in many CGIAR research initiatives. Using new tools and approaches and applying them to old and new challenges, we aim at better production and nutrition, more sustainable intensification and conservation of the environment, climate change adaptation, biocircularity, inclusive value chains, soil fertility management, more effective plant health and biocontrol, expanded knowledge sharing, gender and youth empowerment, and nutrition-sensitive production systems. In Africa, IITA plays a strong role across CGIAR in delivering much-needed innovations to farmers, producers, value chain players, food processors, agro-dealers, and other stakeholders. Working closely with partners and farmers on agricultural research and delivery over the years, IITA focuses on the shared goal of achieving food security and enhancement of African agriculture. IITA ensures that the lives and livelihoods of African farmers improve, and that African food systems continue to provide nutritious and healthy food that Africa needs to feed its fast burgeoning population and developing economies.
Fulfillment of the mission of IITA is to bring the technologies to the users, taken up by the private sector and be scaled up. The aflasafe product, the cassava mechanization, the various program in the area of soil fertility management, on plant health. So one area of focus will be to accelerate the uptake of those technologies for the further transformation of African food systems.
For more than 50 years, IITA and partners have been undertaking research and development to produce innovations that address the challenges of food insecurity and poverty, and support the smallholder farmers and consumers of Africa. Since it was established in 1967, IITA has helped improve the lives of millions of African farmers in rural farming communities across the continent. IITA is the leading research partner in sub-Saharan Africa, being CGIAR's first African link in a network of international agricultural organizations working across the region. IITA is aligned with government goals and works with local research institutes and stakeholders in building partnerships with key actors to conduct demand-driven research and help drive agricultural transformation across the African continent.
The end game of research is to ensure that it creates solution to human problem. Okay? So what then is the essence of research that is being done that is not reaching to people? We have so many researches that have been done. We have so many innovations that have been developed. It needs to get to the hand of the beneficiary, which are the smallholder farmers, which are commercial agriculturists, but we can't get to all these locations where they are because that is not who we are. We need to leverage on partners. And one of these partners are the private sector that are in place, that already have the network, that already have the system, that already have the structure in place, and has been doing this in the past. We've seen the example on one or two of our innovations that we have commercialized through the private sector, how it has moved so fast across the whole of Africa, beyond what we'll have been able to do as a citizen.
Smallholder farmers face many challenges, including climate change-related hazards, pests and diseases, increased cost of agro inputs, and continued soil health degradation resulting in low yields. These are aggravated by growing populations and aging farming communities.
IITA has been using ICTs in its research for a very long time. Now IITA is bringing in innovation in use of ICTs, not only for research management, but also for giving tools that are relevant for our stakeholders, particularly smallholder farmers who can benefit from the research as well as the data that is being generated for the decision making.
Agriculture has been recognized as an engine for economic development.
The myth is that the youth is not interested in agriculture. That's a myth. Youth are looking for sustainable employment where they can build dignified careers, gain a social status within the community in which they live, and be able to contribute to the economy in a way that also relates to them as viable actors. They need to feel needed and they need to feel valued before we can call them uninterested in agriculture. Now, if we have those conditions met and we're still seeing them going away from agriculture, we have a case to make. But before then, we are stereotyping young people.
As a commercial activity, agriculture can create jobs for women and the fast-growing younger population.
It is crucial to incorporate gender in all the research areas of IITA because we are really focusing on agricultural development within communities within Africa. And if you really want to have an innovation that suits the local context, you have to talk to both people because they have different expertise and different opportunities.
Africa has the potential to feed itself with its vast human and natural resources.
In proffering solution to malnutrition, hunger, and microdeficiency in Africa, we have developed standard operating procedures, SOPs. We are set to increase activities on food quality and expand effort on mainstreaming nutrition in agricultural research, thereby contributing to IITA and other CGIAR centers' nutrition objectives, and continuing to advocate for the visibility of nutrition in IITA and one CGIAR.
As the lead research partner facilitating agricultural solutions to overcome hunger and poverty in continental Africa, IITA plays a critical role in transforming Africa's agriculture while responding to strategic priorities set with partners and stakeholders. With a broad agenda from research to delivery across sub-Saharan Africa, IITA engages in scientific research in partnership with advanced research institutes. Its revised R4D structure is constructed around 3 science areas and aligned with CGIAR's research portfolio that addresses critical development issues, priority areas, and impact themes. Our R&D activities are integrated with public and private development efforts and driven by the needs of scaling partners and farmers. IITA actively participates in many CGIAR research initiatives. Using new tools and approaches and applying them to old and new challenges, we aim at better production and nutrition, more sustainable intensification and conservation of the environment, climate change adaptation, biocircularity, inclusive value chains, soil fertility management, more effective plant health and biocontrol, expanded knowledge sharing, gender and youth empowerment, and nutrition-sensitive production systems. In Africa, IITA plays a strong role across CGIAR in delivering much-needed innovations to farmers, producers, value chain players, food processors, agro-dealers, and other stakeholders. Working closely with partners and farmers on agricultural research and delivery over the years, IITA focuses on the shared goal of achieving food security and enhancement of African agriculture. IITA ensures that the lives and livelihoods of African farmers improve, and that African food systems continue to provide nutritious and healthy food that Africa needs to feed its fast burgeoning population and developing economies.
Fulfillment of the mission of IITA is to bring the technologies to the users taken up by the private sector and be scaled up. The aflasafe product, the cassava mechanization, the various program in the area of soil fertility management, on plant health. So one area of focus will be to accelerate the uptake of those technologies for the further transformation of African food systems.
For more than 50 years, IITA and partners have been undertaking research and development to produce innovations that address the challenges of food insecurity and poverty, and support the smallholder farmers and consumers of Africa. Since it was established in 1967, IITA has helped improve the lives of millions of African farmers in rural farming communities across the continent. IITA is the leading research partner in sub-Saharan Africa, being CGIAR's first African link in a network of international agricultural organizations working across the region. IITA is aligned with government goals and works with local research institutes and stakeholders in building partnerships with key actors to conduct demand-driven research and help drive agricultural transformation across the African continent.
The end game of research is to ensure that it creates solution to human problem. Okay? So what then is the essence of research that is being done that is not reaching to people? We have so many researches that have been done. We have so many innovations that have been developed. It needs to get to the hand of the beneficiary, which are the smallholder farmers, which are commercial agriculturists. But we can't get to all these locations where they are because that is not who we are. We need to leverage on partners. And one of these partners are the private sector that are in place, that already have the network, that already have the system, that already have the structure in place, and has been doing this in the past. We've seen the example on one or two of our innovations that we have commercialized through the private sector, how it has moved so fast across the whole of Africa, beyond what we'll have been able to do as a CGC.
Smallholder farmers face many challenges, including climate change-related hazards, pests and diseases, increased cost of agro-inputs, and continued soil health degradation resulting in low yields. These are aggravated by growing populations and aging farming communities.
IITA has been using ICTs in its research for a very long time. Now IITA is bringing in innovation in use of ICTs, not only for research management, but also for giving tools that are relevant for our stakeholders, particularly smallholder farmers who can benefit from the research as well as the data that is being generated for the decision making.
Agriculture has been recognized as an engine for economic development.
The myth is that the youth is not interested in agriculture. That's a myth. Youth are looking for sustainable employment where they can build dignified careers, gain a social status within the community in which they live, and be able to contribute to the economy in a way that also relates to them as viable actors. They need to feel needed and they need to feel valued before we can call them uninterested in agriculture. Now, if we have those conditions met and we're still seeing them going away from agriculture, we have a case to make. But before then, we are stereotyping young people.
As a commercial activity, agriculture can create jobs for women and the fast-growing younger population.
It is crucial to incorporate gender in all the research areas of IITA because we are really focusing on agricultural development within communities within Africa. And if you really want to have an innovation that suits the local context, you have to talk to both people because they have different expertise and different opportunities.
Africa has the potential to feed itself with its vast human and natural resources.
In proffering solution to malnutrition, hunger, and microdeficiency in Africa, we have developed standard operating procedures, SOPs. We are set to increase activities on food quality and expand effort on mainstreaming nutrition in agricultural research, thereby contributing to IITA and other CGIAR centers' nutrition objectives, and continuing to advocate for the visibility of nutrition in IITA and one CGIAR.
As the lead research partner facilitating agricultural solutions to overcome hunger and poverty in continental Africa, IITA plays a critical role in transforming Africa's agriculture while responding to strategic priorities set with partners and stakeholders. With a broad agenda from research to delivery across sub-Saharan Africa, IITA engages in scientific research in partnership with advanced research institutes. Its revised R4D structure is constructed around 3 science areas and aligned with CGIAR's research portfolio that addresses critical development issues, priority areas, and impact themes. Our R&D activities are integrated with public and private development efforts and driven by the needs of scaling partners and farmers. IITA actively participates in many CGIAR research initiatives. Using new tools and approaches and applying them to old and new challenges, we aim at better production and nutrition, more sustainable intensification and conservation of the environment, climate change adaptation, biocircularity, inclusive value chains, soil fertility management, more effective plant health and biocontrol, expanded knowledge sharing, gender and youth empowerment, and nutrition-sensitive production systems. In Africa, IITA plays a strong role across CGIAR in delivering much-needed innovations to farmers, producers, value chain players, food processors, agro-dealers, and other stakeholders. Working closely with partners and farmers on agricultural research and delivery over the years, IITA focuses on the shared goal of achieving food security and enhancement of African agriculture. IITA ensures that the lives and livelihoods of African farmers improve, and that African food systems continue to provide nutritious and healthy food that Africa needs to feed its fast burgeoning population and developing economies.
Fulfillment of the mission of IITA is to bring the technologies to the users, taken up by the private sector and be scaled up. The aflasafe product, the cassava mechanization, the various program in the area of soil fertility management, on plant health. So one area of focus will be to accelerate the uptake of those technologies for the further transformation of African food systems.
For more than 50 years, IITA and partners have been undertaking research and development to produce innovations that address the challenges of food insecurity.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
And support the small
Good morning.
farmers and consumers of Africa.
Okay. We will be starting shortly. Our VIP guests will be arriving soon. And so please take your seats. Just a small announcement. We have 2 masked vehicles at the front that we would need removed so that we can set up for the group photo. Whoever is responsible for the vehicle, would you kindly move the vehicles from the front of the hall so that we can set up for the group photo? Thank you very much.
Local research institutes and stakeholders in building partnerships with key actors to conduct demand-driven research and help drive agricultural transformation across the African continent.
The end game of research is to ensure that it creates solution to human problem. Okay? So what then is the essence of research that is being done that is not reaching to people? We have so many researches that have been done. We have so many innovations that have been developed. It needs to get to the end of the beneficiary, which are the smallholder farmers, which are commercial agriculturists, but we can't get to all these locations where they are because that is not who we are. We need to leverage on partners. And one of these partners are the private sector that are in place, that already have the network, that already have the system, that already have the structure in place, and that's been doing this in the past. We've seen the example on 1 or 2 of our innovations that we have commercialized through the private sector, how it has moved so fast across the whole of Africa, beyond what we'll have been able to do as a citizen.
Smallholder farmers face many challenges, including climate change-related hazards, pests and diseases, increased cost of agro-inputs, and continued soil health degradation resulting in low yields. These are aggravated by growing populations and aging farming communities.
IITA has been using ICTs in its research for a very long time. Now IITA is bringing in innovation in use of ICTs, not only for research management, but also for giving tools that are relevant for our stakeholders, particularly smallholder farmers who can benefit from the research as well as the data that is being generated for the decision making.
Agriculture has been recognized as an engine for economic development.
The myth is that the youth is not interested in agriculture. That's a myth. Youth are looking for sustainable employment where they can build dignified careers, gain a social status within the community in which they live, and be able to contribute to the economy in a way that also relates to them as viable actors. They need to feel needed and they need to feel valued before we can call them uninterested in agriculture. Now, if we have those conditions met and we're still seeing them going away from agriculture, we have a case to make. But before then, we are stereotyping young people.
As a commercial activity, agriculture can create jobs for women and the fast-growing younger population.
It is crucial to incorporate gender in all the research areas of IITA because we are really focusing on agricultural development within communities within Africa. And if you really want to have an innovation that suits the local context, you have to talk to both people because they have different expertise and different opportunities.
Africa has the potential to feed itself with its vast human and natural resources.
In proffering solution to malnutrition, hunger, and microdeficiency in Africa, we have developed standard operating procedures, SOPs. We are set to increase activities on food quality and expand effort on mainstreaming nutrition in agricultural research, thereby contributing to IITA and other CGIAR centers' nutrition objectives, and continuing to advocate for the visibility of nutrition in IITA and one CGIAR.
As the lead research partner facilitating agricultural solutions to overcome hunger and poverty in continental Africa, IITA plays a critical role in transforming Africa's agriculture while responding to strategic priorities set with partners and stakeholders. With a broad agenda from research to delivery across sub-Saharan Africa, IITA engages in scientific research in partnership with advanced research institutes. Its revised R4D structure is constructed around 3 science areas and aligned with CGIAR's research portfolio that addresses critical development issues, priority areas, and impact themes. Our R&D activities are integrated with public and private development efforts and driven by the needs of scaling partners and farmers. IITA actively participates in many CGIAR research initiatives. Using new tools and approaches and applying them to old and new challenges, we aim at better production and nutrition, more sustainable intensification and conservation of the environment, climate change adaptation, biocircularity, inclusive value chains, soil fertility management, more effective plant health and biocontrol, expanded knowledge sharing, gender and youth empowerment, and nutrition-sensitive production systems. In Africa, IITA plays a strong role across CGIAR in delivering much-needed innovations to farmers, producers, value chain players, food processors, agro-dealers, and other stakeholders. Working closely with partners and farmers on agricultural research and delivery.
Shall we please rise to make welcome the Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde, in the company of the Director General of the IITA CGIAR, and of course, our Baba, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, an honorary ambassador of the IITA, His Excellency You're welcome, Your Excellencies. Are we ready? Yeah, we're ready. Shall we rise to honor Nigeria as we take the national anthem? We'll take Oyo State anthem.
Aṣíwájú ni wá.
Please take your seats. On behalf of the good people of Oyo State, ably led by our Governor, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde, FNSC, DSCG, SSRS, and the IITA community here present today, I welcome you all to this special summit titled Agribusiness for Food Security Initiative. Today, Monday, the 29th April, 2024. Food security is an authentic human requirement. Guaranteeing it for peace and future generation also means safeguarding ourselves against the uncontrolled exploitation of natural resources. Indeed, the process of consumption and waste seems to overlook any concerns for biodiversity, which is so important for agriculture. With that statement from Pope Benedict, I welcome you all to this special summit here today on the IITA campus in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria. It's time to give honor to whom honor is due. And I will start by recognizing no other person than the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. He is also an IITA honorary ambassador. Please, with a round of applause, appreciate His Excellency, Chief Dr. Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR. This is Ibadan. Seated very close to him is the Executive Governor of Oyo State, Vice Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde. I think we should appreciate him one more time too. Also flanking the former president is our co-host today, the African Continental Director, CGIER and DGITA, Dr. Simeon Ehui. A round of applause for him, please. I'd like to especially recognize Deputy Generals here present today and other senior officials of the IITA here present. We appreciate you. On the governor's entourage here today, we have the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Olanike Adeyemo. Seated very close to us is the Head of Service here in Oyo State, Mrs. Olubunmi Oni, MNI. Our Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture is here, Honorable Olasunkanmi Olale. Well, it belongs to both sides. He was with the government and he's with IITA. I'd like to recognize and appreciate the Executive Advisor on Agribusiness and International Cooperation, Dr. Debo Akande. I know he's also a director in IITA. I must mention that. We have also here with us an essay to the Governor of Akwa Ibom State. I believe he's around here. Oh, she's around here. You're welcome. Thank you. We appreciate you. At this juncture, I want to especially recognize all invited stakeholders in the global agribusiness industry here present today, distinguished and eminent personalities, gentlemen and ladies of the Fourth Estate of Rem. We appreciate you, and this will be definitely a rewarding summit. And with that, I would like to bring recognition to a close as we go straight to the next thing on the agenda, which will be the welcome remarks to be delivered by a co-host of this summit, Africa Continental Director, CGIER, and Director General of the IITA. Please make welcome Dr. Simeon Ehi. A round of applause for him as he comes forward, please.
Thank you very much, MC. Your Excellency, Chief Obasanjo, Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Republic of Nigeria, and also IITA Goodwill Ambassador, Your Excellency Governor Shehu Makinde, members of the Oyo State Government, members of the IITA management team, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, participants. It is with great pleasure and delight to welcome you all at the commencement of the Agribusiness for Food Security Initiative in Oyo State. Today marks a significant step forward in our collective journey toward achieving food security, fostering sustainable agricultural practices, and promoting economic growth on the continent. As IITA's Director General and CGIAR Africa Continental Director, I am excited to see such a diverse and enthusiastic group of stakeholders gathered here to address the pressing issues of food and nutrition and security and agribusiness development in Oyo State and in Africa. It is assuring to know that everyone present here today is committed to this cause of food systems transformation, not only in Oyo State, but in Nigeria and in Africa. At IITA and in the CGIAR in general, our mission is to transform food, land, and water systems in a climate crisis that we are facing today. In today's world, the challenges facing our food systems are complex and multifaceted. Climate change, population growth, rapid population growth, and socioeconomic disparities underscore the urgent need to innovative solutions and collaborative action. The Agribusiness for Food Security Initiative is our collective response to these challenges, aiming to harness the power of agribusiness and partnerships to create resilient, inclusive, and thriving food systems. This forum embodies IITA and CGIAR's commitment to drive positive change by leveraging private sector partnerships, policy engagement, and the potential of agribusiness to transform lives, build resilient communities, and ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. We recognize the pivotal role of private sector partnership and policy engagement in enhancing food security. This synergy can catalyze innovation, drive investments, and foster sustainable agricultural practices that address the complex challenges facing global food systems. Today, I am confident that this forum will give birth to a change in narrative that will identify and harness the strengths, the resources, and expertise of both the private sector and policymakers, and channel these toward developing holistic solutions that address the challenges of food security, foster agricultural sustainable growth, and ensure that nutritious and affordable food is accessible to all. While private sector partnership and policy engagement are essential pillars for advancing food security, I would like to mention today that collaboration, innovation, and shared commitment are also key to building resilient food system and achieving
a world free from hunger and malnutrition. These two pillars of private sector partnership and policy engagement are crucial to innovation and technology adoption, investments in infrastructure, improved inclusive market access for smallholders, enhanced value chain efficiency, and stimulating economic growth, especially in rural areas. By collaborating effectively and align our efforts from research systems to scaling innovation, market development, inclusive value chain policies, infrastructure, and capacity building, we can create an enabling environment for strengthening the agriculture sector. Our combined actions can pave the way to resilient, inclusive, and sustainable food systems that benefit smallholder farmers, policymakers, private businesses, consumers, and the broader economy. Today, this forum offers us a valuable opportunity to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and forge collaborations that will propel us toward a resilient and prosperous agricultural sector in Oyo State, in Nigeria, and the continent. This forum serves as a pilot and is expected to catalyze agribusiness development, not just in Nigeria, but the whole of Africa. I invite you, therefore, I invite you all to engage actively in the discussions, to share your insights, and to contribute to shaping the future of agribusiness and food security in Africa. Thank you all for your participation and commitment to this vital cause. Together, we can make a difference in Oyo State. We can make a difference in Nigeria, and we can make a difference in Africa. Thank you.
I think it deserves one more round of applause. Your Excellencies, distinguished and eminent personalities, we have the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Mrs. Olayinka Akeredolu, who is the Zonal Director. You're welcome, ma'am. The next thing on the agenda is to hear from our co-host and our host here in Oyo State. Is the Vice Chairman, Nigerian Governors Forum, and the #1 citizen of Oyo State. Please make welcome for the opening remarks the Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Governor Seyi Makinde, FNSC, DSC, DSSRS.
Please, let's take our seats. Your Excellency, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Baba Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR, I have the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Olanike Adeyemo, the Head of Service, Mrs. Olubumi Oni, MNI, the Regional Director for CGIR and DG for IITA, Dr. Simon Ehiu, the Honorable Commissioners from Oyo State that are present here, also the representative of the Federal Ministry of Agric. Our friend from Akwa Ibom, you're welcome to Oyo State. The driver of this initiative, Dr. Debo Akande and your team, other political functionaries of Oyo State that are present here, permanent secretaries, heads of non-ministerial departments and agencies, and for my team in IITA, because I'm also one of you, I'm not just a research person yet. So you're duly recognized. Moderators, panelists, and participants for this summit. Let me especially recognize the team that came with Baba President Obasanjo, especially Otumba Oyewole Fashawe. You are recognized. Other eminent personalities, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to start by thanking the organizers of this event for giving me another opportunity to speak on a topic that is very, very dear to my heart. Anyone who has followed the story of Oyo State will know that our activities in this state can be defined in one phrase: economic turnaround for prosperity. And before I came into politics, running for office in 2019, I came out with the roadmap for accelerated development of Oyo State. And this simple thing in there is how do we take our people from poverty to prosperity? So this is not just a catchphrase. We saw the big picture and we took deliberate steps to achieve our vision through policy and strategy. We're here today to talk about food security. So please permit me to adopt the definition of the United Nations Committee on World Food Security. So food security is about having physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. And that in Oyo State we call prosperity. Because even in Yoruba, they will say, sorry for those that does not speak this heavenly language. They say, tí ebi bá ti kúrò nínú ìṣẹ́, ìṣẹ́ bùṣe. So if you can have food security, poverty is halfway gone. So from the get-go, it was clear that we could not attain prosperity or food security without economic recalibration. We inherited a state that was doing poorly on economic indices. Our internally generated revenue was low for a state that has a rich history of economic development and was close to the country's commercial capital. Lagos is 120 kilometers away from here. Even right now, I feel the pressure 120 kilometers to the southern, to the south from where we are. Every month they do an IGR of about 65 billion naira every month. And here in Oyo State, we're doing, when we came in, it was 1.8 billion naira monthly. But now we've managed to push it close to 4 billion. Yeah, double what we met in 4 years, but in terms of where we want to be, we're just not, we haven't scratched the surface. So we have to find a way to stimulate the economy quickly. Our comparative advantage was that we had arable land. So if we were to achieve accelerated development, we have to build our economy around this advantage. Oyo State is 28,000 plus square kilometers. Lagos State is only 3,000 plus. Even Ibadan alone is over 7,000 square kilometers. So Ibadan, just the 11 local governments in Ibadan is twice the size of the entire Lagos State. So it was a no-brainer that we had to leverage on agriculture and agribusiness. But we were not content with practicing agriculture like it was done in the past. We didn't say, oh, let us get smallholder farmers together, give them seeds and fertilizers so they can feed our people. That will be a political solution to food security. And my experience, thank God Baba is here, because there's nothing I will say that he doesn't know about. Baba was Federal Commissioner for Works, military head of state, civilian president. So he has seen it all. When I came here on this job, you can do the work, or you can just relax and coast along. People will talk, and then you get bloggers, to keep spinning things out, and then there'll be arguments, like what fella will say, I be thief, you know be thief, argument. So argument will spring forth. But that's not what we want to do in Oyo State. So we needed an economic solution driven by data and research. We knew that achieving food security required a new way of thinking about agriculture. So one of the new agencies we set up to drive this new way of thinking about agriculture was the Oyo State Agribusiness Development Agency, OISADA, headed by Dr. Debo Akande, and the former DG here, Dr. Saginga, was gracious enough to say, look, we can share Debo with you. He can work with the government of Oyo State and still do part of his work here. That is an advantage that we had because IITA is located here in Ibadan. So I thank IITA, I thank the current DG because we've continued also in that same trajectory. So I always say that Dr. Akande has been instrumental in pushing a new way of practicing agriculture in Oyo State. And I can tell the whole world that this is yielding dividend to us in Oyo State today. To achieve this change, we focused on partnerships that drive agribusiness, working with the private sector and development organizations. Oyo State started on a path to creating a competitive advantage through agribusiness. It was a learning curve for us. For example, we set up the Fashola Agribusiness Industrial Hub. When I went there with Baba, the day he came to commission the road from Oyo to Iseyin, we saw a plaque out there where I think Baba was there, his first term as president, maybe I think 2001 or 2002. They commissioned a project in there, but there's no road. So it was abandoned. So we plan to do 3 hubs in our first 4 years, but ended up with just one, Fashola. We're going to do Irua, also Ijaye. But we couldn't because the trouble was quite enormous. But we've learned, and we can move quickly on those other hubs now. So it taught us what we must do to turn Oyo State into a modern agribusiness hub in sub-Saharan Africa. One key lesson is that we can only achieve agricultural development by attracting large investment in agriculture. To get these investors interested in our state, we needed to provide supporting infrastructure, not just roads. You need security. People want to come into this state and feel secure. I'm glad also that I can see Mr. Adepoju here today. He is building a sugar manufacturing plant just on the outskirts of Iseyin. So I was inspecting the road from Oyo to Iseyin. So I stopped by his place. And I said to him that, look, how can we support you, to get this project completed quickly? And he said, well, first, this road that you're fixing from Oyo to Iseyin is a big game changer for me. But the sweetener, even though is a sugar manufacturing, but he asked for, he said the sweetener is the other road that we're building from Iseyin to Ogbomoso, because his plantation, his sugar plantation, is on the other side of the road. And that road will be commissioned, the 76.6 kilometers Iseyin to Ogbomoso will be commissioned on the 30th of May this year. And it's not about bragging. We started that road, there's nothing in there. The road was not in existence. We built 2 bridges over Ogun River and then one very close to Ogbomoso. Only in 2 years, 76.6 kilometers. And the federal people think states cannot be responsible. I beg to differ. States are closer to the people, and they can drive the strategy to actually take this country from poverty to prosperity. So we needed to provide all this infrastructure. So Fashola is the success story today because we provided the primary infrastructure required. We built 4-stage factories within the hub, provided security, and are working on meeting the energy needs of the industries there, apart from the road that we fixed. The bridge over Ogun River out there used to be a single-lane bridge. But now, traffic will flow both ways. So of course, we will apply the lessons we learned from Fashola as we proceed with the other two hubs in Erua and Akufo. Over the last 5 years, our economy has received a big boost. We achieved the growth in IGR and GDP. However, to achieve the level of food security we envisage, more is required. Food security, like business, has a demand and supply side. To achieve an equilibrium, the supply of research, innovation, partnership, and policy should match food availability, affordability, and accessibility. So I believe that during the conversation we'll have today under this Agribusiness for Food Security Initiative agenda, we will discover even better ways of matching policy with action to give our people more access to nutritious and safe food. Before I conclude these opening remarks, let me state that we will struggle with increased productivity in Oyo State, which underscores the need for further research and innovation. The RITA is doing much in this regard. We have an ongoing collaboration at Fashola where they are field testing improved seeds, a key driver of food security. So our vision is to move from the point where our farmers are struggling with yields per hectare to creating an environment where more people work across the agribusiness value chain, especially in research and innovation for greater productivity. So let me again thank my RITA team and all of the investors, Madam Sultry, Tony, all of you that have believed in driving agribusiness forward in Oyo State. So I'll thank the IITA team for this opportunity to set the tone for the conversations we'll be having today. We're providing a template that can be easily scaled to support food security, just like the DG IITA said, not just in Nigeria, but also in West Africa sub-region and the continent. And we dare to dream big. We can do it. Ibadan used to be the intellectual hub, not for Nigeria, but for this continent. So, please be my guest. Thank you, and God bless you.
I think my governor deserves another round of applause. Well-rounded remarks. Thank you. You will still clap one more time, and you will stand to do this clapping. Please make welcome for the opening keynote address, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now you know you need to stand, right? Honorary Ambassador of the IITA. Please make welcome His Excellency, Chief Dr. Olusegun Obasanjo, GCFR.
Please be seated. Governor, I'm not ambitious. Let me thank all of you for being here. And particularly, I want to thank the governor. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for your opening remark. I want to thank you particularly for your definition of food security. I always add nutrition security as well to food security. Because food security without nutrition security is inadequate. Governor, as you do know, I am a man of passion when it comes to agriculture. And I believe that anything that you do without passion leaves a little bit to be desired. So let me tell a little bit of the story of our gathering this morning. And I want to thank you also, Governor, for the protocol that you well laid out. I couldn't have done it any better. So let me come to the Director General of IITA and the Continental Director of SIGEL, Dr. Simeon Ehui, my boss. When he came in, he wanted to find a way of, for lack of a better word, energizing agribusiness throughout Africa. And he put this to me. And I said, well, there's this good old saying, charity begins at home. And for me, your charity must not end where it begins. It must begin at home, it may then must spread. I say, let our charity begin at home. Let us begin with our host state. And that was how we came to you. And without any question, without any hesitation, you accepted to be a partner with us in what we call now Agribusiness for Food Security Initiative throughout Africa. And this is the beginning, not the end. We hope that with this, we will go over Nigeria and indeed over Africa. Let me also tell you that my ambassadorship of IITA means that the Director General of IITA can make use of me without paying for it. I also want to thank Dr. Akande for the preparation for this. You were together with Ken Dashi, is Ken around? And even while you were away, we were planning and conspiring against you. And your joining us here this morning means that we have succeeded in our conspiracy. So what we do hope we will achieve from this is that at the end of today, we will have ideas on policies, on programs, and on strategy to ensure that for us in Nigeria first, or let me say in Oyo State first, in Nigeria and in Africa, we will not have to starve. Not only will we not have to starve, we will have balanced diet. Not only will we have balanced diet, our farmers, everybody in agribusiness will be engaged in agribusiness profitably. Then it will be a great source of creation of employment. These are the objectives that we have set for ourselves. And if we can achieve it in Oyo State, we believe we can achieve it in Nigeria. If we can achieve it in Nigeria, we believe we can achieve it in Africa. Having given the background of why we are here, let me now welcome you all here to the maiden edition of the Agribusiness for Food Security. I will want to add for Food and Nutrition Security initiative. It is both an honor and a privilege to stand here today as we gather to address a topic of utmost importance and one of the most pressing challenges of our era, ensuring food and nutrition security through agribusiness innovation and collaboration. By the year 2050, nearly 9 billion people are projected to inhabit the world, the earth that we all occupy. The challenge of ensuring food and nutrition security has never been more pressing. It is essential that we not only produce enough food to meet the growing demand and provide the essential nutrients needed for a healthy life, but also do so in a sustainable and efficient manner for the future generation. Governor, I like your definition of food security as you quoted from the international definition. But I like also your addition to it that food security must involve availability, affordability, accessibility. And we cannot talk of availability without adequate production. And we cannot talk of adequate production without the policy that will make us to have food in sufficient quantity to be able to feed our population. Out of the 9 billion people that will be inheriting the earth by the year 2050, Nigeria will have close to 400 million. We have to feed them. We have to look for jobs for them. We have to educate them. And we have to make them happy. And if we don't start it now, we will have missed the road. As a former president and a staunch advocate for sustainable development, I understand the critical role that agribusiness plays in shaping the future of our global food system and ensuring food and nutrition security for a growing global population. Today, I am here to remind us all that everyone has a part to play in ensuring a resilient and sustainable food system, from policymakers to government agencies, seed producers to food processors, from logistics providers to retailers. Every point in the process is significant. And that is why we are here today, to look at how we can harness the potential that exists in agriculture as a business. Agriculture as a business, not as a development project. Governor, you lamented what I came to open or establish many years ago. By the time you came back, it was non-existent. It was development, not business. Now we want to go to business. And as a result of doing it right, then development will emerge. Thank you. When I talk of everybody being involved, even the consumer, I have a friend here, Fashawe. You refer to him. Thank you very much. But my friend Fashawe, he is a participant only as a consumer in agribusiness. He loves food, and he can tell you which is the best food. If you want to catch him with a trap, put beans on the trap, and you will catch Otumba Fashawe. The imperative of agribusiness. Food security is not merely about producing enough food to feed everyone. It is a play of the entire value chain, from farm to the table. It is working the farming process as a business, including production, processing, distribution, and marketing of agricultural products. That is why, Governor, it is the only means by which we can get employment for our teeming population, from equipment for land preparation up to food on the table. That is the value chain of food, of agribusiness. And there's no other sector that is so expansive and so accommodating as agribusiness. We are in an era where farming is no longer about the use of tools like cutlasses and hoes, which was what my father used, but that of driving innovation and technology. An era where agriculture can only thrive if done as a business. An era where the urgency to strengthen our food system has never been greater. This can only be our reality when we collectively start understanding the importance of agribusiness as business unusual, investing in scaling research, collaborating with partners, and improving infrastructure, then we can say we are on the path to developing agribusiness to enhance agricultural productivity, increase food supply, and improve livelihoods of farmers and all engaged in agribusiness. Governor, you talk about infrastructure. And without really embarrassing you, one of the reasons why I've suggested starting from here is your own enthusiasm, your passion, your interest, and your achievement in agribusiness over the short period that you have been in government. You've done a lot, but there's a lot more to be done. Yini, Kani Oshemi, Muyi Oshinshi, Shubon, there's a lot of work here to be done. All of these essentially means achieving a full secure society that requires a collaborative approach involving the government, private sector, research institutes, development organizations, we farmers, and other stakeholders like my brother I talked to you about, Fashawe, who have to consume, and by their consuming, we can have a good market. Please eat more food. It means we can leverage the strengths and resources of each stakeholder to develop solutions that address the multifaceted challenges of food and nutrition insecurity. Two sides of a coin, collaboration and innovation scaling. Achieving food and nutrition security demands a collaborative approach that transcends borders and sectors. It requires the combined efforts of government within government itself. One of the mistakes that I believe we always make is development in silos. Even in government, the minister or the commissioner for agriculture is here. He may not have anything to do with the commissioner for trade or with the commissioner for health, except passing the budget to him, or the commissioner for works. But they all have to hang together. And what you do is that you stand at the apex and make sure that they hang together and work together. And I thank you once again for that. We must join forces, leveraging our collective strengths and resources to develop holistic strategies and solutions to deploy innovations that exist in research institutes like IITA. The research institutes have done tremendous work. They have shown us what can be done. But any research product that does not go into the hand of the farmer is of no use. That's where it is required, not in the shelves of the research organization, but in the hand of the farmer. And the farmers are no fools. They know what is good for them. They know what pays and what does not pay. Let us also take them along in our research and in our innovation. If it is good for them, they will praise you, they will acknowledge, and they will say, well done. If it's not good for them, when you come next time, now, you will not even get a smile from them. I said, institutes like the IITA, the SIGA, centers, national research organizations, and advanced research institutes. Earlier on today, the governor and I and the DG, we were talking about the different roles of different government or at different levels of government. Here in Nigeria, at independence, we did not have Federal Ministry of Agriculture. We didn't. And it was understandable that agriculture really, you cannot talk of agriculture without talking of land. And federal government has no land. Federal government has sovereignty, has power, but it has no land. People who have land are the regional government, and they had Ministry of Agriculture. Later on, we had Federal Ministry of Agriculture, and the ministers were changing almost every year. There was no stability. There was no sustainability. There was no continuity. And the ministry became a checkered ministry. Maybe the time has come for us also to look at the Ministry of Agriculture at the federal level. It should not be scrapped as far as I'm concerned. But federal government disbursing money for agri-production, as I said to you, is Aluwala Ologbo. Láti fi kẹran jẹ ni. Federal government doesn't need to dish out money in that way. They don't even have facility to inspect, supervise the money they dish out, how it's spent. Since you are the deputy of the governor's forum, maybe you will get it to where it should go. Now I go on. Together, we can pool resources and insights to develop comprehensive and creative solutions that address the complex interplay of factors affecting food security. When I say comprehensive solutions, I mean innovation and technologies that are designed to transform the agribusiness sector. Technologies that can revolutionize farming practices, improve yields, reduce post-harvest losses, and create new opportunities for value addition and market diversification, especially for women and youth. Again, earlier on, I talked about women, but when I was growing up in this part of the country, I know women helping with harvesting, but not women as farmers. It was when I went to Cameroon in 1959 that I saw women actually taking cutlasses and hoes as farmers. But today, in this part of the world, we have seen women agripreneurs, women farmers, and we should encourage them. And I know that you are doing that. I thank you very much for that. As we gather here today, let us reaffirm our commitment to prioritizing food security and harnessing the transformative power of agribusiness. Let us invest in innovation, foster partnerships, and advocate for policies that support sustainable agriculture and equitable access to food. In conclusion, the journey towards food security is a shared responsibility that demands collective action, unwavering commitment, and innovative thinking. I am confident that today's discussions will pave the way for actionable insights, strategic collaborations, and transformative solutions with which we can build resilient and sustainable food systems towards food and nutrition security for all, now and in future. With food and nutrition security will go employment generation and wealth creation. And I must not leave out foreign exchange earning, and neither must I leave out what you mentioned, increase in revenue earning for government. Let us seize this opportunity to make a difference and work together towards a future where everyone has access to safe, nutritious, and affordable food. Together, let us make a meaningful difference in the lives of millions by championing agribusiness for food security, employment generation, and wealth creation. Governor, let me specifically address you. Thank you and all members of your government for working with us at IITA for agribusiness transformation. We believe Oyo State, being the first state of IITA and with collaboration with IITA, it should be an example for other states. Let us take advantage of the opportunity we have with IITA with us, for other states to be able to say, hey, this advantage that you have, we too want something like it. And it is possible, and we should do it. I look forward to meaningful discussions and collaboration that will undoubtedly emerge from today's gathering, and that will lead to conclusions and actions by all stakeholders to transform agribusiness, ensure food and nutrition security with enhanced standard of living for all stakeholders, particularly women and youth in agriculture. And as you said, creating prosperity in Oyo State. Thank you for your attention, participation, and engagement for common and collective development and progress.
Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for our esteemed guest, His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. All right. His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and also IT Ambassador, and his Executive Governor of Oyo State, His Excellency Engineer Sheyi Makinde, and also our Africa, or our Continental Director, or our Regional Director, Continental Africa for CGIAR, and the DG of IITA, Dr. Simon Ewi, and also our esteemed guests in the room, captains of industries, representative of the states and also the Federal Republic. Allow me to stand on existing protocol. We really want to thank you for being here today. And my name is Zaina Sore, and I will be your facilitator for the rest of the event. We have ended actually the first part of the event, and we're now moving to coffee break, because I'm sure you have heard all the speeches and you were inspired by these words of wisdom. And now it is time to have a bit of refreshment before we continue with the second part of the event. Just a few announcements for you. A coffee break will be outside. There are 3 stations, 2 on this side and 1 on the other side here. And our VIPs will have the coffee break in the small room. You will be ushered into that room by some of our ushers here. And the rest of the people will have the coffee break outside. Before we have the coffee break, we have the group photo. And the group photo has been set up as well outside, and our ushers will take you there. We will first settle our VIP guests, and then we will also arrange the rest of the group so that we can have a great photo with everyone involved. We have slightly moved the program to accommodate for the time change, and so coffee break starts now with the group photo first, and then we will be back in this room at 11:40 to continue the rest of the program. So that gives us 20 minutes for coffee break. We're trying to be mindful of time because we're aware that you all have very busy schedules and also your time is precious, so we will try to manage the time. And so our ushers, please come forward to start ushering our guests out for the group photograph. So we'll see you in 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Connecting Africa, where we meet the people, projects,
Yeah.
We did this before now.
Then we have Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting soon, so we'll ask people, ushers, please help to bring people back from coffee break. And I would also like to request our panelists to get ready. And so we'll be starting in 1 or 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats because we will be inviting our VIPs back in the room. So kindly take your seats. For those that didn't get a chance to really get coffee, grab your coffee and come in. Are we good? I think we're ready. Yes. Thank you very much. We will be starting in 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our VIPs are arriving. Please take your seats. Yes. Ready for the document. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from coffee break. I hope you had time to grab something to eat and also freshen up. We will continue with the second part of the program, and we'll start with a documentary by CNN showcasing how science is helping research for food security in Africa. Over to you, communication team.
Welcome to Connecting Africa, where we meet the people, projects, and companies transforming African business and bringing the continent together. I'm Eleni Jarkas, and this month we are looking at food production and two vital sectors, agriculture and fisheries. Now, agriculture accounts for between 65% and 70% of Africa's workers, making up 30 to 40% of the continent's GDP. The sector possesses immense opportunity. Africa is home to more than 60% of the world's arable land. Despite this, it's underutilized, and Africa needs to start producing more food. In 2022, a fifth of the African population was estimated to be undernourished. The continent's population is growing rapidly, and by 2050, its population is estimated to reach close to 2.5 billion people.
Unfortunately, the crisis that we had after the war in Ukraine shows that we still have a lot to do on agriculture production in Africa, because the country finds themselves having a very high inflation. There is scarcity of food, of wheat in the world, and there is scarcity of fertilizer. So all that ramp up the world prices of food with all the consequences that we saw in African economies. So not enough has been done, and a lot needs to be done to be able to really use the huge potential that the continent has in terms of food production.
In Nigeria, an estimated $10 billion is spent importing food to make up for a gap in local production, according to the International Trade Administration. Now, many are looking to cassava, a root vegetable, to close that gap.
Cassava is one of the most valuable crops that we can grow in Africa.
Just below the soil is a crop deeply rooted in Nigeria's cuisine. Cassava is a root vegetable similar to a potato. It's gluten-free and can be used as a base for many dishes. Its byproducts range from flour to ethanol. The country produces around 60 million tons of cassava a year. Sultry International chose to farm the crop for its versatility.
We are looking at being able to replace everything that corn and wheat can do with cassava.
Located in Oyo State, the company says it produces between 300 to 400 tons of cassava every day during the rainy season between April and October.
We started with 17 farmers. Today we have about 10,000 farmers. We have over 15,000 hectares being cultivated in this community, providing cassava to Sultry and also to other companies that are buying cassava.
While a majority of their products stay within Nigeria, the company is expanding its offerings abroad.
Sultry International presently produces about 4 different products: food-grade starch, high-quality cassava flour, glucose, and sorbitol. Now, these 4 products, we sell about 80% of them in Nigeria today. About 10% of our total production have started to move into the international market.
One of the challenges to breaking this export barrier is the difficulties faced while processing cassava.
The crop is almost 70% water. By the time you harvest it, it starts deteriorating within the next 24 hours, and it goes on and on. So if you do not process it as soon as possible, you'll be losing a lot out of the quality with the other derivatives you'll be getting from it. People do not have the enabling environment, the resources, the capital to set up plants to process these products.
This is why researchers at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture are working to develop crop varieties.
Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava. However, in terms of yield, we are not even around the top 10. And this is because we are not using the right planting materials. So this is the narrative we are trying to change. We want to change that trajectory. We want farmers to get access to good, healthy planting material of improved varieties. The researchers now, they are breeding or developing varieties that are suited or tailored to meet specific needs.
The CEO of Niji Group says the key to boosting cassava exports within Africa is through mechanization. Along with cultivating its own crops, the company specializes in building equipment to ease cassava processing.
Majorly, what we do at Niji Group is to fabricate equipment and export to different African countries that really want to process cassava produce. So some of the equipment we use in value addition are being designed. I've designed an automated line for flour.
As these farmers ramp up production, they are keen to explore potential opportunities to increase continental trade.
The cassava industry has come to stay. I see it taking its place in taking Nigeria to the next level. If we can take all the potentials that are in this crop and transform it and use it accordingly. The African Free Trade Agreement, I see, have become an encouragement to Sultry, as it were, because this has helped us to be able to open our eyes to doing business with Africa, especially because of the export tariff that have been subsidized or removed accordingly. So we are looking at opportunity to, this year, 2024, take advantage of that to move our product to other African countries.
All right. This video really introduces us to the subject, the reason why we're here today, this morning, and it really showcases how the government and the private sector can work together and what can be done. And obviously, this is taking the example of Oyo State. Some of the people that spoke in the documentary, they are here, and then we'll have the opportunity as well to hear some of them during the panel discussion. So this is really showcasing what can be done to enhance food and nutritional security when the right partnerships with public, private, and development and science coming together. We will move on to the next speaker. And we would like, this speaker will be talking about the public, private, and development partnerships in fostering agricultural transformation. And we'll be welcoming Dr. Adebo Akonde, let me say the proper name, who is the Director of Private Partnership P4D and IITA, and he is also the Executive Advisor to Oyo State Governor. Just a short bio for those that do not know Dr. Akonde. He's the CEO of IITA Business Incubation Platform Limited, and he also leads the IITA Africa-wide programs on mechanization and zero hunger. He combines his role as the executive advisor to the Oyo State Governor on Agribusiness, international cooperation, development, and also is the Director General of Oyo State Agribusiness Development Agencies. I could go on and on and on, but there is a lot of things. He comes with a lot of experience in building partnerships through the private sector and also with government. So please welcome again, Dr. Adebo Akonde.
Thank you very much, Zaina. Allow me to stand on the existing protocol, but permit me to recognize the three leaders that I have here in this room. First, to our father, Baba Sanjo, thank you so much for the foundation you laid for many of us to build upon, especially in the agricultural sector. There is no way we talk about agriculture, agribusiness, that one way or the other we have not seen your signature, as has been well noted by His Excellency around Fashola again as well. His Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, my boss and my mentor, on your mandate I stand. The DG of IITA, who is also the African Continental Director of CGIAR, is the boss of my boss in IITA. I recognize the three of you. My presentation today is going to look at a model that was actually first developed by the Swedish government. People assume that I'm the one that developed the concept. I read around, my background at my early stage was in international development. So I have opportunity of working with many international organizations and development organizations across globally. And that gave me opportunity to look in depthly to diverse models that has worked in the world. And to me, we looked into this model, which is the public, private, and development partnerships. What is well known in the past is usually the public and private partnerships. And we recognize that, yes, the public and private partnership is amazing, but we also have the third sector that has quite a lot to do. And that is where we have the like of IITA, World Bank, African Development Bank, and all what have you. So that concept is what we're going to be looking at today. And those three covers all what has been mentioned earlier as far as agribusiness for food and the nutrition security is concerned. So Oyo State that we'll be using as a case study, and I believe Excellency has made some of these points known earlier, is built on the 24,000 square kilometers of land. 80 to 85% of the land is arable. Less than 12% of the land is cultivated, and it has true agroecological zone. Now, let me put this in perspective for us. And I believe Excellency has mentioned it earlier, but I believe when we say this, it makes things clearer. You know, this land size that we are making reference to is bigger than the whole of the southeast of Nigeria combined. Oyo State is bigger than the whole of the southeast of Nigeria combined. Oyo State is bigger than Rwanda as a country. Rwanda as a country. Belgium is just 2,000 square kilometers bigger than Oyo State. Oyo State. So note that first. Then the second thing is that over 85% of that land is arable. It means that we are sitting on a gold mine as a state if we have 80 to 85% of our land has been arable. And yet, We are only doing 12% of that cultivation. So these were the landscape of Oyo State 2019 or pre-2019, before the coming of His Excellency. The primary actors, mostly in the agricultural sector, in the ag space in Oyo State, were mostly small, oldest farmer. I debate that word of smallholder farmers across board now, because if we are going to use what is known as the global definition of smallholder farmers, maybe what we should even be referring to who we have as actors now in the ag sector should be micro, because we said smallholder farmers, most of who we have as smallholder farmers, our FAO data shows to us that the highest they do in terms of land size is around 0.7 hectares of land. It's not even up to 1 hectare of land. And we've been to other places in the world, I've seen data that shows that what they call smallholder farmers in their own societies is around 5 hectares. So this thing is not, it's not in tandem. But for the sake of this meeting today, let's stick with our smallholding, that we have all been used to. So we met just smallholder farmers as the primary actor in the ag space in Oyo State. Most of the achievements that we have were accidental and not data-driven. I can give you an example. When His Excellency organized the workshop, the first workshop we had in the state, supported by IITA, we had it in the Republic of Benin, there was a panel session, which coincidentally I was the one that was facilitating it, that had the then Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture at the state level. And in his presentation, he relayed the data and said that Oyo State was the 3rd or the 4th largest cassava producing state. Excellency was in the meeting. He said he has taken away his immunity and his governorship, whatever, I think, So it was with the crowd. But he warned us that we should also remember that when he get back to Lagos State, to Oyo State, he remains to be the governor. So we should all still remember who he is. But, the question he asked the permanent secretary then was that, okay, you give us the data and said that Oyo State is 3rd or 4th or something in cassava production. He said, did we get to that point deliberately or accidentally? I was one facilitating, and I knew that the permanent secretary is going to be retiring very soon. So I minuted on a short paper for him, and I said, you are retiring very soon. You better speak the truth. So I passed it to him. So he looked, he did his head like this, and he raised his head. Then there was no commissioner in the ministry. So, it was just few of us that were in the government at the early stage, like around 5 of us and His Excellency. And the man said, they were all accidental. And Excellency said, you are lucky. So because I will have asked you to tell us the model, the system, the process that you adopt, if it is deliberate. So it shows to all that they were accidental, what we met on ground. We didn't meet a single document that showed us the strategy that Oyo State was adopting. The best we got was a document I forgot what the title it was called now, that was done in a rush, 6 months to the end of that particular government, and they were required ITA government to do. So there was no template for us to follow. There was no strategy for years of agricultural plans within the state. The policy and programs not tailored toward the industrial, there were policies, there were programs, but they were not tailored toward industrial agriculture. It was not relating to how agriculture can develop an economy of a state. The primary focus was more on the upstream and less on the midstream and downstream of agricultural sector. So more of what you see is sowing seed around production. Like Baba rightly said, and I strongly agree with Baba, that is not what we should be doing. Sowing seed, into areas where we have been sowing seed for donkey of years, and we have not been seeing any major result. The less emphasis on rural and agricultural transformation, and that is something that the Excellency brought into ag sector that create the dynamics. We understood too well at that point in time that there is nothing like agricultural transformation without rural infrastructural transformation. We didn't meet that on board. In addition to that, few development projects available were disjointed. Baba said it, silos here and there, There was no connection between all those projects. And then investment and resource mobilization was very, very minimal. Now, finally, the budget towards the agriculture was very low, and you will see, the budget before then and now, and when Excellency became the governor, what was done within that period of year. But not just that it was low, where it was channeled was completely not an area where you will see any major transformation in agriculture. You will see that as we go along. So he came on board, and this was his statement. We plan to be bullish about getting investment into the states and further reducing the unemployment rate within the state. We are fully committed to making Oyo State the gateway to sustainable investment in Nigeria. That was the mandate he told all of us, that this is what I expect, this is what I want to see, and he liked using a particular word. We have to be bullish about it. And so from that day, we became bullish about it. So this was it. He told us that as far as he's understood, those 4 areas are quite critical to the acceleration of the growth and development of the state. So, education, looking at the primary, secondary, and tertiary education. Of course, in my understanding of development, that is catering for human development, critical and very important for long-term and sustainable development of any state or any country. The second one, on healthcare, which focus again on primary, secondary, and tertiary, social and human development. The third one, on the economical development of the state. And he said, Debo, I need to build this on agribusiness because our comparative and competitive advantage is in agriculture. The last one was on security, which is on soft and hard infrastructure. And cross-cutting across board of all this is the physical infrastructural development. That was for the first 4 years of the government. But in the second year, which we are now, in the second part of it, which we are now from 2020 to 2027, 2 other areas were added to the economic development, which is the solid mineral and tourism. But I will limit myself to why we are here today, which is the economy that has to be built by agribusiness. So we understood that there were challenges, but we also know that there were opportunities in agribusiness. 3.3 trillion size of AFCTA, majority in goods and services in agribusiness. African population, Baba said it all the other time, is growing. Nigeria is going to be one of the critical countries that is going to contribute to this growth. Urban population is growing. It has been projected that will increase to 56% of the total population by 2050. 35% of the current African total population can now be classified as middle class. If you're in the middle class, you know that what you consume is completely different from what it's been in the past. With an anticipated 9.1 billion people by the year 2050, about 70% extra food must be produced to meet the global food demand. This growth has created expanded market for processed or convenient food that require a lot of value addition. Look at that big figure in the box. The average growth rate of food importation in SSA is 5%, but the average growth rate in food production and food export stand at 2% and 1%. Deficit, 3%. So this was what he told us. Adopt this model. Ensure public, private, and development partnership comes together to see to what he expected from the vision that he has for the state. So why public sector? Why private sector? Why development organization? They all have needs. For the public sector, their roles is to develop policy and program with proof of concept. Their role is to engage on soft and hard infrastructures development, secured land tenure, security of investment, and coordination. And you will hear from him again and again after using the word bullish. He will tell us there is no business of government in business. So therefore, stay where you belong on your lane, policy and the environment. Leave the other part to the private sector, which is about investment fund, which is about technical know-how, job creation and support for livelihood, import substitution and export. And then the development partners, they mostly have the technical support or technical know-how, and that is why you have the likes of IIT. Beyond that, you have ILRI here, we have the World Bank, the African Development, and you will see how all those have been contributing to our plans in the state around agribusiness. And of course, the rationale behind is there. They all have their own need. The development organization are not just doing it for doing sake. There is something you call a public goods, okay, that they need to work with. There's an issue around investment and development interest. Multilateral and bilateral relationships are there that they also want. Similar thing applies to government that wants the physical development or the development, the 5 strands of development that you can talk about. And then, of course, the business people, they want their profit, and sometimes they want to contribute to social issues. So this is where it all started. I mentioned it earlier. Excellency required that if we will do well, we need to ensure that we engage all the internal stakeholders in the state and make them understand this vision clearly and sign up to it. So I hear sometimes that they say, oh, Debo or Excellency, I said, no, you sign to it. I have the copy of the signature of all the ministries in the state where you all sign to this strategy that we are adopting around agribusiness in the state. The document is available if you want to get that. I actually requested that something be distributed earlier, like a small card, and if you use the barcode there, you will get all those documents, including this one. So Excellency, along with the Speaker of the House, and you can't have it better than that, came and we're all there for like 3 days in the Republic of Benin. This event was organized by IITA, paid for by Oyo State Government, and there we were. And that was where we set the scene around what will become the agribusiness strategy for Oyo State. What are some of the things that we came up with? We know too well that there is a need to focus on restoration for the first couple of years. We know too well that we need to consolidate our effort, and we know that we need to look at sustainability. So these are the documents. The middle one is the agribusiness strategy that is guiding what we are doing in the state. Nothing we are doing in the state as far as that meeting is concerned is no longer be accidental. Everything will have to be deliberate, and it will have to be based on strategy that has been developed that will guide us. The second thing is that we extract information from this particular strategy document and we produce what we call a strategy brief. And within that strategy brief, you will see our KPIs in the state, our key performance indicators, that we are measuring every single time to guide our implementation strategy. And of course, I just included this particular document again. When you saw success of His Excellency around COVID-19, again, it is not accidental. They were all deliberate. This is a document that guided us during COVID-19 about the issue of food security in the state. So every single action that we're taking, became so deliberate. So from that workshop, there were key action points that came, and I'm not going to read almost everything for us. We know that we need to increase government budgets and spending on the agricultural sector. We know that we need to increase investment and resource mobilization drive from private and development partnerships. We understood too well that we need to develop a new special purpose vehicle for the new clientele, the private sector. And that is where OISADA came from. I won't dwell too much on that. We understood too well that there's a need to develop an agribusiness economically driven plans and program after that strategy. We understand that we need to start developing policy that supports industrial agriculture and agribusiness. We need to invest in resource mobilization that is driven by private sector and development. Build, a relationship with science and technology, data and logics, and need to tailor agribusiness investment drive. Government huge investment in rural infrastructure, we knew it was very critical. And in my strategy section that I have consistently with HE, he told me, Debo, wherever you go, I'll follow it with infrastructure. And that is exactly what has been going. Where agribusiness goes, I follow with infrastructure. Where agribusiness goes, I'll follow with infrastructure. And you will see how that has happened over the period of time and how it's continuing. And finally, we understood too well that we need to develop the state database on agriculture. When we came on board, we requested for the database of farmers in the state. I don't think we get one singular one. We tried it for close to 6 or 7 months. Nothing came on board. So there were no data. How do we then know, all this money that has been given to smallholder farmers every single time that they share money and they buy this and buy that? Where is it going to? Why has our trajectory, our history has remained to be the same, despite the fact that we have been doing diverse kind of intervention over many years? You will still be hearing smallholder farmers are poor. Have you thought about this? In this country, where we have been told that farming or agriculture is stronger, it's the same place where statistics has told us that we have the highest number of poverty. Then something is wrong. Go and look at the regions of Nigeria. I won't mention which region, but just Google it. Where they've told us that we are doing the highest number of agriculture, that is where we have the highest number of poverty. Then something is definitely wrong with that kind of a practice that we need to start looking at a paradigm shift. So the first thing we did, you can look at that data from 2017, pre-Excellency government. Don't bother yourself about the figure. Just look at the percentage annual allocation on agriculture. 2017, pre-his government, 6.32%. 2018, 4.62%. 2019, 0.4%. And you can look at how we have increased. 6.38, 6.38, 8.36. But that is not what matters the most. Look at the annual agricultural budget spending in those previous years and has from 2019. Even when you budgeted 6.32% of your total annual budget, you only spent 4.2. And another year, you spend 1.51. Come on, what do you want to do with that? But we jump from there to 30%, 18%, and 53% within 3 years. And so if you're seeing things that are looking different in the ag sector within the state, it's because His Excellency is putting his money where his mouth is. Beyond that, we changed how those budgets are used, okay? Over 100% of the budget, or close to around 80% of the budget pre-2019, were mostly used on smallholder farmers. Nothing was dedicated to youth, nothing was dedicated to infrastructural development, so we changed the approach that we adopt. Look at this, 2020, that is what we moved to. We changed to ensuring that we put budget on rural infrastructure, youth enterprise, small holding still get, big data, and others. So it was not just the usual, buy the seed, buy the fertilizer, give it to them, and then most times, the people that give it to them go back and collect it from them. They sell it to other farmers, and nothing happened. So we changed it. We refuse to do that. And the approach we have adopted is making a change. Now, look at this. I like the first picture, the one on the top. You may not know that His Excellency that is in the middle is the one. This was before the inauguration of him being a governor of the state. He started resource mobilization even before his inauguration. There you had the French government, I think myself and a few others that were there. And today, the French government became one of the greatest supporters in terms of international development for Oyo State. He did that. He started at the early stage. Then the story continues. You see him there with President Adesina. By the way, Baba, you wanted to send me back to DRC, but this didn't happen while I was in DRC, sir. So it's a good story from DRC. You know, this was a ship when we are moving to Kalambo, where they had that discussion, and this discussion has led to a project of over $50 million, you know, for your state today. Of course, you know, himself and Baba in the other place, himself and the Swedish government, himself and the Minister of Agriculture of France. Okay, the other one was when we were in Florida to meet some private investors. Many more, and many more, and many more. The point here is that he led. He took it as his own responsibility as the chief marketer of the state and led the whole resource mobilization for the state. He didn't leave it to anybody. So cumulatively, what has that led to? All this is going back and forth and traveling here. There was a day I really pitied him. We were in France to meet with French Development Bank. He flew in at night, had the meeting in the morning, and I think less than 2 hours he flew back. I mean, I saw in his eyes that this man has not even slept. But we needed to be there to have that meeting with the French Development Bank. And because of that, I think the immediate past, the French ambassador to Nigeria said, when I'm coming to Nigeria, you know, by then she wasn't posted to Nigeria, she would just got a letter. She said, I will ensure that Oyo State is the first place after my letter to visit. And that was exactly what happened. But cumulatively, see what has happened. Within that 4 years, we've been able to garner over $120 million from International Development Organization. And you can see the details here. IFAD, IITA, GIZ, French government, C1, Netherlands government, IITA, AFDB, World Bank, NCARES, World Bank, HelpRes, AFDB, SAPZ, French. Those are all, he led it. So he was the chief marketer of his own state. And he understood too well that we are limited in terms of resources that we have as a state. We need complementarity of that development organization and the private sector. So the roles of development organization, I won't go too deeply into that. And that was what IITA provided, you know, for your state government. Facilitation, capacity development, technical backstopping, and all what have you. After that period, we know, well, yeah, first, we need to ensure that we put our budget right, increase our budget, we did it. Resource mobilization, they went for it. But we also need to develop implementation plan. So this was our implementation plan. We understood the actors across board, and we designed a program that suited them. The first one is about policy and governance. We have done quite a lot in that. I won't go into the details.
agribusiness park programs. Oyo State Agribusiness Education Development Program, you will have had when Excellency at many times that I've said we have a school now of agriculture at Isenyi that is going to be leading on agriculture for the whole of the state. We start working on what we call this, the Start Them Early program, which is working with young people at a secondary school level. And then we have this Oyo State Youth and Agribusiness program. Of course, both of them are here. The STEP and the YEAR project are here to also present. And then Oyo State Agribusiness Development Program, and the one that is leading to diverse hubs in different regions now, which is about the city. So I won't talk too much about that. Excellency has mentioned that that's one of the hubs that we are building. These are the technical framework, that surround the building of Fashola Agribusiness Industrial Hub. So not just that, there were complementary support. As I mentioned earlier, we knew that there is nothing like agricultural transformation without rural infrastructure transformation. Look at that road, similar road, okay, and see what has happened. Now, I will reel out the data for us to understand. 65-kilometer rural road, Isenyi Monia, completed. That will support Ijaye Agribusiness Industrial Hub. 38 kilometers road, Oyo Fashola Isenyi road, completed. That is going to support Fashola Agribusiness Industrial Hub. Ido Erua road, construction is ongoing. That will support Erua Agribusiness Industrial Hub. Awata road undergoing construction for farmers agribusiness market. 76.6 kilometers of Gomotofa Kote Isenyi road, completed, supporting Lautech School of Agriculture Isenyi. Targeted infrastructural development. It is not just done anyhow. Of course, we have the dry port that is being developed by the federal government. What that means is that when that finishes, as investors, you don't need to have the wahala that happens in Lagos any longer. You bring your containers here to Ibadan. It's just the opposite of the train station. Now, this is one of the game changers. It is the economical gateway of Oyo State. Many of us don't know about this. It's called the Circular Road. This is going to transform the whole of economical architecture of the state. When you're coming from Lagos, you will get on top of this road. You will veer off the main express road, and you will link around almost all the agri-industrial hub that has been mentioned. What that means is that when you produce whatever you want to do, you process your product, you can move it out without the encumbrances of the city of Ibadan. That, to me, is a major game changer. In addition to this, as you can see him here talking with the Minister of Transportation, we are working in expanding the airport in Ibadan to a cargo airport and an internal airport as well. That will allow you to move your goods if you want to export it. Again, Lagos Ibadan standard gauge railway operation for human and goods. This is another game changer. Now, we've had so many issues about security problem in the past, but now this was established. Again, he put his money where his mouth is. I know the volume of investment that is on Agmotekun, and they are protecting our rural area as never before. So, what has this led to? Look at that data. 2018 to 2016, and this is not my data, it's even from the federal government. So we profile some of the crops, and I have for all crops, okay? Between 2016 and 2018, what we've done in terms of production of soya beans was 63.1, yam 3.84, maize 8.30. Look at what we've done in 2019 and 2021. That means what we have done is working, because there was an exponential growth in terms of production, and you see this across board in terms of the crops that we are producing. I don't have the data of the land here, but we also see an exponential growth in terms of the land cultivated in Oyo State over that period of time. However, one thing was missing. Our productivity became flat from 2016 to 2021. And that has led us to the approach we are adopting at Fashola now, where we are using science to develop new varieties that will now be planted by the farmers. If we continue along this pathline, it means our production will continue to grow, the land that we are planting will continue to grow, and our productivity will continue to grow as well. So, Zaina, permit me, I have just 5 minutes more, and I will exit this place. So what have we achieved? What we projected for ourselves, what is actual, and what we are looking to do going forward. Resource mobilization, we said we will do $200 million
That was my promise to His Excellency. We've done 120 million. So we have 80 million shortfall. We'll go ahead and get that before 2022. Youth development and enterprise. We said we'll do 10,000. We've done 5,020. Excellency, I can tell you that I have 1,219 of them that are profiled. These ones are all dated. We have their irises and their fingerprint. So it's not the usual. So I have a data card for them, to show who they are and their businesses. And you will hear one of them today to show that we are looking at the sustainability of agribusiness in this state beyond what the big guys are doing for the future as well. SME New Investment Fund, we're looking at to get 150 billion. We're already in 26.6 billion. By the time at the end of this year, we'll get another data and we can be able to see where we have gone. 20 new large processing centers, 6 processing centers already. We are working towards having the 20. 20,000 smallholder farmers. We have 15,000 smallholder farmers in our database, all biometric. 1,200 kilometers of rural road that needs to be done. I'm happy the ramp guys from the World Bank are here and we'll be having that discussion to move that forward. 3 agribusiness industrial hubs to be built. We have done 1, we are moving to the other 2. Again, 7,000 hectares of new land to be cultivated. We have done 1,050 currently. By the time we do Erua and Ijaye, we'll move to over 7,000 because those land are 3,000 hectares each. 5 ancillary urban and agro-industrial estates established by the private sector. We are working on 1 or 2 of them now. State agricultural production increased by 20%. Agricultural productivity double. I mentioned to you earlier that it was initially flat. We are looking to double it. And 20 new products for import substitution and exportable materials. So we are looking to export as well. So where are we going to get this from? What is our plan? 2023 to 2027. Agribusiness industrial estate development, which is going to be supported by strategic agro-processing zone under the AFDB. Uppress project from the World Bank. I'm happy to announce, as I discussed with Excellency yesterday, that I have got no objection for both the World Bank, AFDB SAPZ, and the World Bank LPRESS project just last week. And without no objection, it means go ahead. Ramp for rural road, French government for energy and electrification in the rural areas. YEP and STEP project continues. Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development continues to support the smallholder farmers and extension services. ACOS lead on agribusiness financing for small and medium enterprises and generous support for seed production and mechanization. Conclusion, science, data, and logic should guide us, as Excellency has said many times. The State Agricultural Development Plan should focus more on industrial agriculture with strong political leadership. Agriculture is not rural development. There is no agricultural transformation without rural infrastructural transformation. There is a need to have an SPV on agribusiness to develop policy, strategy, and implementation of doing businesses. Development of agribusiness industrial hub in each region. You can imagine, and you will hear some of them talking today that are in that agribusiness industrial hub. If we have this hub in every region of Nigeria, just one farmer in that particular hub did over 200 hectares of maize last year. Just one. Excellency said, give me 50 of that, Debo, and then I know we're in business. And he's right. I was with him in Israel, and he asked one question. He said, so how many farmers do you people have here? They said they have 16,000. He said, no. I mean, the total farmers you have, they said 16,000. Just like, I said, Debo, do you hear what they said? 16,000. I just bowed my head, because I know what he was saying. If they have 16,000 and they are feeding themselves and feeding the rest of the world, I can't, I don't know where we are. Now, let me do a scenario before I finish. I said we have 24,000 square kilometers of land. Let's assume that I want to grow 20% of that land. With the IFAD statistics of 0.7 hectares per farmer, do you know how many farmers I will need? I will need close to 4 million farmers in Oyo State to grow just 20% of the land. Is that sustainable? And that same state, I had one singular person that did 200 hectares of land. Let's have a rethink. Development and refarming of infrastructural target towards industrial agriculture, rural road, aggregation center, energy, the tripartite model that we have just mentioned now, youth development for innovation and sustainability, and clustering of smallholder farmers where possible, and support for new actors. Agribusiness education is very, very essential for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Akonde, for these inspiring notes. And there's so much to take away from your presentation. But I was in the room also in Benin, and I want to quote what His Excellency said, word for word, when he saw the data. He reclined in his chair and he looked at it. He said, is it by accident or by design? And I think that set the tone for the room, for the rest of the workshop. So I think we were all taken aback and we really understood what he wanted to do in the state then. And so thank you again very much for these critical aspects, obviously science, data, logic, and we need to be intentional if we want to really spur growth and enhance our economies here in Africa. And it's obviously starting with Nigeria. We now have a documentary that will actually put images to what Dr. Akande has mentioned on private sector investment in agribusiness to accelerate food security, and this is a documentary done for Oyo State. So, communication over to you.
When the government has good policy and has good people managing the various sections of its policy, the implementation will be easy.
Government has no business in business. I've personally known that for a long time.
When you have the right road, you have the right infrastructure, you've got the conducive atmosphere, I think an environment that helps to drive whatever private-public partnership we want to do.
The infrastructural facilities has really assisted us in taking final decisions in having a farm here. So that's one of the advantages.
Science, you can't take that away from business because technological improvement improves your efficiency, your yield, and all of that.
Without science, how do you decide where you are to plant, what to plant, time to plant, and the type of herbicide you are going to use?
Food is crucial for the survival of the human race. However, as the population is expected to reach 9 billion by 2050, the question arises, where will the extra food come from? Achieving food sufficiency requires harnessing the potential of science and innovation, investment and support by both private sector and government to meet the growing demand. A careful examination of the government of Oyo State, led by engineer Shay McKindy, showcases a model characterized by significant investments in agribusiness. This administration has prioritized fostering an environment conducive to growth and has forged partnerships with development partners to incorporate state-of-the-art technologies and innovations. In Oyo State, the establishment of the Fashola Agribusiness and Industrial Hub has significantly bolstered opportunities for private sector involvement in the agricultural sector.
No investor will go into a place that is not safe. No investor will go into a place where, oh, before I get there, my back is paining me. The roads are not there and all that. So these are elements that the government is putting in place. This is what I believe, if the government follows this way of working, where a hub has everything that you want to use as dairy farmer or as crop farmers, then you will see a lot of investors coming in there, knowing quite well that, one, their property will be safe, two, they can grow in that dimension, and we can multiply this in many of the states in the country. And of course, I used to talk about dairy, because Friesland is number one in terms of dairy development. We want to collect a lot of raw milk. Out of the 30 milk collection centers we have, 15 is seated in Oyo State, which is the pace center of the country. And that's why I said the policy is working. And I also employed His Excellency Engineer Shay McKindy to continue to do this.
The state has graciously given us 1,500 hectares of land where we want to now build our main farm. So here started out as a pilot, but it's also grown to become from 100 hectares and 100 animals, we've grown this to 400 hectares and 300 animals.
If you want to produce sugar from sugarcane, your factory location should not be more than 15 minutes to 20 minutes drive from the farm, maximum 15 kilometers. The infrastructural facilities has really assisted us in taking final decisions in having a farm here. So even if you want to move our raw materials, in 10 minutes the raw material is already there. So that's one of the advantages.
We are into tomato production currently, and we're also into banana production. Our main aim of investing is also to convert this tomato and this banana into powder. We are converted to powder because you can store for a longer period of time, and also you can export them easily because these are perishable goods. Each span holds about 1,240 plants. So which means we can have 1,240 times 7 to give us the quantity of tomato we need in one span. Then we multiply that by 15. So in total, we are looking out to 4,000 capacity. The model the governor has tried to do, they've put in some facilities in place, which has also helped us to some aspects. We come in also to put in some facility in place. They gave us the warehouse, the road. There's no land dispute or anything, where you see in some other places. So there's a mutual cooperation between the government and the private sector, and also even the private sector with the community.
This not only stimulates economic growth and job creation, but also fosters innovation and enhances productivity within the agricultural value chain. The Fashola Agribusiness and Industrial Hub also serves as a vivid illustration of how science is harnessed to address agricultural challenges. A collaborative effort with esteemed partners such as GoSeed under the IITA Business Incubation Platform, IITA-BIP, has facilitated advancements in seed selection, enabling farmers to access high-quality seeds tailored to their specific needs.
IITA GoSeed is an early generation seed company, and we're cultivating improved varieties that have come out from a technology known as the semi-autotrophic hydroponics, and we brought them here to the Fashola Agribusiness Hub to set up a seed production field, and we have a representation of the improved varieties. These are very important varieties that farmers have tested and alluded to that is going to help increase their livelihood and productivity.
Furthermore, innovative solutions like Nodamax, which fixes nitrogen in soil for better yield in soybean, and Aflasafe, used to combat aflatoxin contamination in maize and groundnuts, showcase the transformative potential of science in safeguarding crop quality and food safety, ultimately benefiting farmers in Fashola Agribusiness Hub.
The end game of research is to ensure that it creates solution to human problem. Okay? So what then is the essence of research that is being done that is not reaching to people? We have so many researches that have been done. We have so many innovations that have been developed. It needs to get to the hand of the beneficiary, which are the smallholder farmers, which are commercial agriculturists. But we can't get to all these locations where they are because that is not who we are. You know, we need to leverage on partners. And one of these partners are the private sector that are in place, that already have the network, that already have the system, that already have the structure in place, and that's been doing this in the past. We've seen the example on one or two of our innovations that we have commercialized through the private sector, how it has moved so fast across the whole of Africa, beyond what we'll have been able to do as a CG sector.
Additionally, support and farm management practices provided in conjunction with partners like the International Livestock Research Institute, HEALRI, have enhanced pastures and animal management techniques, optimizing livestock productivity.
For any food security, for any intervention, any development to take place anywhere in the world, research is very key. We have private investors who are willing to invest and to make sure we are food secure. The beauty of it all is that the dairy production is taking place in Fashola. Already we have a private organization that is taking up that place. We are supporting the establishment of over 300 hectares of best pasture for this environment. So as an organization, IRI, IITA, supporting the state to see that we are able to back this initiative with cutting-edge research to make sure that we are able to deliver well for the nutrition of all. We should be self-sustained in this country, and we can start from every one of us.
The role of science cannot be overemphasized. We have artificial inseminators here now so that we can inseminate these animals with semen from exotic breeds. Our first set of animals will be delivering from next month. So by the time you come back here the next time, I'm sure I can offer you a glass of fresh milk.
Teaming up with IITA, the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF, is actively delivering mechanization solutions to private agribusiness entities and farmers within the hub at highly competitive rates.
We are all in one hub. Shared services is happening. A farmer does not need to buy a tractor because you have 25 farmers or 50 farmers in a hub. You have a cooperative society where you all just renting it. So everything we are doing here will reduce the cost of production.
The government gave us this land. They brought in tractors. Even the private sector You don't have to buy, because the cost of each of these things too are expensive. But with the government having all those things too in place, you can just go lease for the area of land you want to clear. It reduces the huge capital investment that's actually needed in setting up a farm like this model.
This strategic partnership not only enhances the productivity and efficiency of these enterprises, but also fosters sustainable agricultural development in the region. The Fashola model, by fostering collaboration between the public and private sectors, leveraging cutting-edge technologies, and prioritizing sustainable practices, demonstrates how a comprehensive approach to agribusiness can yield significant results. It presents a compelling blueprint for agricultural development that, if replicated and supported on a broader scale, holds the potential to achieve food sufficiency not only within Nigeria, but across the entirety of Africa.
I think it's a model that has worked, and I think it's something that should be replicated across board.
To me, I think this is exactly what you call agribusiness, in the reality of it. And I believe that a lot of our states in Nigeria would take a cue from this, where government stays where they belong in ensuring that they provide enabling environments, the right kind of a policy, and allow private sector to lead and drive.
Okay, so now we will now move to the first panel discussion, and I will call our first panelists. And this first session is on science and innovations potentials for developing agribusiness. Our first panelist is Dr. Titilayo Falade, and Dr. Titilayo is a scientist at IITA. Her background is in microbiology. Graduated from the University of Ibadan and also got her PhD in agriculture and food innovation from the University of Queensland, Australia. And she has over 20 years work experience covering management, consulting, environmental consulting, food safety, and she's also gotten several awards for her stellar work on the Bursary Award for International Congress on Plant Pathology, Best Poster Awards in Denmark, and also the Travel Award for Food Safety Professional in a country with a developing economy by the International Association for Food Protection in 2021. And she's also published a lot in that area. So please welcome Dr. Titilayo Falade to the stage. Our next speaker, or panelist, is Dr. Tunde Amole. And Dr. Amole is a senior livestock scientist with over 18 years of experience and in production and improvement of livestock feed resources. And his research focuses on improving food and nutritional security, reducing poverty in developing countries. His research efforts also have led to several innovations, including the high-quality cassava peel mash. That's an ILRI innovation here in Nigeria. And he leads the livestock compact of the African Development Banks in the Transforming Africa Agriculture Through Technology tax in over 14 countries. And he also is the Nigeria office country representative for ILRI, and he's also oversees the country programs with several projects in West Africa. So please, you're very much welcome. And then our third and last panelist for this session is Dr. Vimal Kumar Semval. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing well your names. Dr. Semval is an agricultural scientist, and he's specializing in rain-fed lowland rice breeding and abiotic stress tolerance with over 10 years of experience. He's made significant contributions in Nigeria, and also his experience spans across India. And He collaborates closely with breeding teams, emphasizing agronomic traits, grain quality, stress resistance. And he's had various roles, including postdoctoral position at the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, the Indian Institute for Wheat and Barley Research. And obviously, as you can see, he spans from breeding lines to coordinating trials to facilitating varietal releases. So please, let's welcome Dr. Senval to the stage. So we have about 25 minutes. Apologies if I'm cutting a little bit of your time because of time constraints, but we have about 25 minutes to discuss how your innovations really have affected or impacted the work here and also your contribution in Nigeria. So can you please tell us a little bit about some of the innovations that you have worked on, that you have you were able to collaborate with the state of Oyo State in putting it in implementation in several projects. So we'll start with Dr. Semval.
Thank you.
Or in Nigeria. Yeah.
Thank you, Jaina. Thank you first for inviting us to this workshop today. I think being a breeder, first emphasis I will say, although the rice cultivation by area, it's a smaller crop for Oyo State. Not a lot of farmers are really growing compared to other states that are doing rice in Nigeria. So as a breeder, first thing I will say is the varieties that Africa Rice has released across Africa. Some of them like Pero 50 to 60 to name a few. They are popular varieties of rice that are being grown by farmers in Oyo State. Also, I think other thing is about the capacity development and trainings of youth and women in Oyo State. Our programs through the YASA project and other FAD and AFTP funded projects had supported women and the youngsters from Oyo State in the rice seed production business and also in value addition of rice products. So, and then also we support youth and young people and students from different universities. For example, University of Ibadan, they keep, let's say, they come to Africa Rice for their degree and non-degree trainings and all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Semval, and would like to move to Dr. Falade, how your innovations have contributed to Oyo State and also the private sector.
Thank you. I'd like to stand on existing protocol and acknowledge the presence of eminent personalities here. I think IITA, Debo has spoken a lot about what IITA has contributed in terms of innovation, and I think that has covered the bulk of the discussion. I think IITA follows the agricultural space from the very beginning, even before the crops are planted. Preparing the ground, assessing the soil, understanding which soil is suitable or not, what is best suited for that space, up until the development of the crop when it comes to the right varieties, the breeding, the agronomy practices. We have several innovations like Akilimo, Seed Tracker. These are helping the agricultural space. And then as we get to productivity, ensuring that the crops are receiving the right kind of treatment to enable the best quality of product. A lot of what we experience in terms of losses is not just losses in terms of inability to yield, but there's also post-harvest loss, quality and quantity losses. And IITA innovations like AflaSafe and the post-harvest sectors are addressing some of those losses that we experience. And even when you get to the consumer, with regards to nutritional security, with regards to the safety and the quality of the food that the consumer is eating, IITA innovations have supported. There are also these digital space like we have with Akilimo, like I've mentioned, with Seed Tracker, And these tools are enabling the agricultural business to develop and to experience improvements from what it was before. I'd also like to talk about the Forest Center, which is a very important part because it addresses the green economy. We talk a lot about climate change and the losses that we have. Oyo State has a lot of biological diversity that needs to be preserved, and some of the crops and the underutilized crops are grown here. Some species of plants that are threatened are able to be preserved in this land. And in the next 50, 100 years, we're going to see that this will become a space where people can come and get access to these medicinal crops or underutilized crops, and that is a very important innovation that IITA brings.
Thank you. Thank you. And Dr. Amelli?
Yeah, thank you, and I will also be following on the existing protocol. As an organization, hosted in IITA, a sister organization with IITA, International Livestock Research Institute, with the help of Dr. Debo, the executive advisor to the governor, the state was able to sign an MOU after that of IITA to support the state with the technologies, with IRI as well. IRI being a research institute in livestock, we look at research provision in livestock from three angles. We look at it from the feed, we look at it from the genetic gains, which is genetic improvement, and you look at it in form of health. These are the three major aspects of livestock. And a lot of innovations have been developed over the years, but the state took the advantage of having IIT and IRI within the state and nurse those information and have a relationship with the organization. So over the years, we've been working in these three aspects, and I will start from the feed. In all livestock production systems, 70% of it is feed. What has led to a lot of crisis in Nigeria has been people looking for ways to feed their animals. So we've come to notice that the wide grasses that we have are not sustainable. The yield is very low. You have animals moving from Bauchi to Kotangora to the state and moving back and causing crisis. So can we look at innovative, climate-smart species of forages that could support livestock? So we came about one of the very good ones that we call Brachiaria resiliensis. Now, Brachiaria resiliensis planted within the state, within 4 months can give you 100 tons of yield. 100 tons of yield per hectare can feed at least 33,000 cows within 1 day. I'm sure we don't have farmers that have, just single number of that. So when you have more land to cultivate Brachiaria, you could imagine the yield that you could get from it. Now, even when you develop the genetic composition of your animals, within the first 6 months of their lives, if you don't unlock that genetic composition with good nutrition, it's going to be locked up. So, feeding your animals well, growing pastures like Brachiaria resiliensis and so many other ones can develop, had come to develop the dairy capacity of our livestock species within the state. We have also discovered that this particular pasture growing well in Oyo State now, like one of the people that came from Kenya said, it will take them 3 years to have the yield that we have in 6 months within the state because of the level of rainfall and the type of soil that we have. And the good part of it is this. Every 8 weeks, you can go back to that pasture to give you another 100 tons in dry matters to continue to feed your animals. Unlike the previous kind of, species of grasses that we have, in the past. Beyond this, when you lock your pasture around October, November for 1 month, you can harvest a seed from it. And just from an hectare, you have close to about 200 kg of seed. I can shock you that a kg of that seed is being sold at 8,000 naira, which is much more expensive than a kg of rice. Last week, the representative of the government of Sierra Leone came to IITA to talk about cassava and pasture, and they were, within the IITA campus to see what is available. When they were going, they went with 3, 4, 5 kg of this seed to go and test in Sierra Leone because they said the species they have had been imported since 1975 and the yield has gone to 0. So here we have this kind of seed in Oyo State is viable and you can transform that. Transport it to other areas. Again, we've been talking about cassava peel. We have it here in the state. And as you have the peel, as you have the tuber, you also have the peels. And over the years, we've been able to come up with fantastic research, and it's been adopted in the state. Under the LPRES project that Dr. Dibon mentioned, the state has been given that approval to build 4 factories to amass all the waste of cassava in Oyo State. And then we can produce mashes that we can use to reduce the volume of maize that we use in poultry. Please, before you go, make sure you eat chicken here, from the IITA kitchen. Those chickens have been eating cassava peel, and they are in Oyo State here. In 6 weeks, you can get your 2 kg size of, broilers, and they are doing well. The eggs from it are very low in cholesterol. So for many of us that are health freak and we want to eat healthily. Beyond that, we've been able to support the state in terms of genetic improvement. I won't talk about dairy, that's in the open. Recently, we are working with the state farmers to look at how do we develop our goats. Those goats are fantastic. We call them dwarf, but they are not dwarf, but because they have a very small size. So we've been able to cross those goats and some other breeds of goats in the country with tropically adapted genes from South Africa. And we discovered that the growth rate of the progeny one from the West African dwarf goat thrives better than many other ones, even from the northern part of the country. In other words, you can grow your goats for 1 year and it will give you 15 kg. In 6 months, you have about 22 kg when you cross them. So we have this bridging the productivity gap with technology and making sure that we have farmers thriving in the state, making use of technologies. How many shall we count from the mouth of we have so many of these technology, but it's being operated within the state and it's ongoing. And the most important part of it is that we've seen other states coming to Oyo State to learn from it. I will just share this as I sent to Dr. Debo the other time. We have 19 states currently onboarded on LPRES. And when World Bank team came here 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago, they found out that what we're doing in Oyo State in partnership with researchers is exactly the model that they wanted the whole country to run. So they scheduled a different meeting with OSIDA to have an MOU with OSIDA to support World Bank to implement LPRES in the other 19 states. And that's the benefit we have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And actually, you speak a lot to, it's a great segue to my next question, really, piquing my curiosity. What are other innovations that are out there? And I would, you started mentioning a few for Hillary, but what are other innovations out there that we can really bring or highlight here for the benefit of Oyo State and the private sector, and even across Nigeria? Can you speak a little bit on some of those maybe additional innovations that you have?
Yeah, definitely for rice, we have innovations that has been well adopted by the states in Nigeria. For example, if you see past 3-4 years in Oyo State has been facing serious floods. We even seen those floods inside IITA campus here. And there are already good varieties of rice that has been released in Nigeria way back in 2017 that are tolerant to flood and that can give good yields even after complete submergence for 14-15 days. So those technologies, they are there, well adopted by some states, but not that well adopted so far by farmers that are growing rice in Oyo State. So those are new things that they can adopt. Also, new technologies in terms of ICT support. We have seen a trend in Nigeria that Nigerian rice farmers in general, they do take advantage of those ICT tools that has been deployed by Africa Rice in partnership with several organizations, for example, National Cereal Research Institute of Nigeria. So those tools, they give advice on good agricultural practices to the farmers, when to put fertilizers, when to put irrigation, or all those kind of informations. And they, in a way, they support the farmers to do best practices and get the best yields possible they can get from the rice fields. So far, for those technologies, the adoption has been little bit at lower side for rice farmers in Oyo State. And other technologies, I think new technologies that Africa Rice is currently working with. For example, we are having a new project coming from Gates Foundation that we call it multiple harvest rice for Africa. So Nigeria is one of the implementing country for that project. So, you know, there is a major investment in rice farming on the labors, because the farming is not well mechanized across in Nigeria. So transplanting, preparing feed, every season takes a lot of budget out of the pocket of the farmers. So multiple harvest rice is a project that we bought. You plant it, it's on the ratooning ability of the rice. We have already very successful models in Asia. It came from China and then Yunnan Academy of Sciences. A lot of research has been done. So those technologies where you need to just sow two transplanting in one season, and next season you just, if there is a good irrigation provided, it can regrow and give you good yields. So to reduce the labors and all those costs. So those new projects that are coming, I think they will benefit the Oyo State and in general all Nigerians.
Thank you very much. And yes, Dr.
Yes, when I think it was Debo who said sometimes you need to understand what your client needs, what are the needs, and then you look for ways to address them. And in Oyo State, I think that's some of the things that Debo has been championing, understanding what the needs are and where innovation and technology can bridge those gaps. IT has several technologies, and as you would see in the exhibition stand, please take time to look at those. You'd see several innovations that have occurred, whether it's with breeding for resistance to disease or pests, breeding for improved yields, if it's the use of biological tools for improving yield, like with Nodumax or with AflaSafe. And these can unlock potentials to reach sensitive markets, particularly markets that are interested in using technologies that have not required the use of pesticides or herbicides. Then you are able to reach those markets, and quality sensitive markets. And so the several innovations that, as have been mentioned by Debo and as I've alluded to briefly, have helped to address some of those needs that the farmer has. Also with mechanization, I know the mechanization unit has done quite a lot to contribute to addressing those. And when you think of the biocircular economy, looking at the use of waste for generation of energy, those are things and innovations that IIT is also bringing much more to the agricultural space, so that we're able to reutilize these waste in innovative ways that are either generating electricity or helping to improve yield or bringing some development in the agricultural space. So these are some things that IIT has done in addition to others that have been mentioned.
Great, thank you very much. And in the last 5 minutes that we have, I know the conversation is very interesting, but we have to round up here. I would like to hear from you. You know, the CG centers, we've been here for over 50 years. We keep talking about adoption, adoption, adoption. If you look at also the way our economies have progressed, I mean, there's still a lot of work left to be done. So what do you think? What would you want the private sector and government to do in order to support innovation, science, scale up, so that we can really finally talk about food and nutrition security, so that it becomes a reality for us here on this continent? In a few words, what would you think is required so that these innovations can get to the hands of people?
I think from the presentations, and then the video came up, and all the presentations from different presenters, it's very clear that the government already has put a lot of efforts developing those policies and creating enabling environment for the private sector to come and play in a big role in transformation of agriculture sector in Oyo State. I think it's in a good place, and also the farmers, in farmers' point of view, that has to be also like interesting for farmers. Also, the policy development has to be in a way that they feel like okay, they will be benefited when they are in farmers. And government policies are there, but I think a little bit of diligence is needed. What we have seen in Nigeria in general, a lot of impurities in seed that the farmers are getting. So the government agencies, I guess they need to be a bit more strict and diligent that whatever farmers are getting in terms of fertilizers and seeds are pure. So
thank you very much. And Dr. Mole, and then we'll come to Dr. Yes.
Well, I think a very reliable data will be very essential for any government to make policy. Otherwise, you'll be making a wrong policy. And this reliable data you could only get from reliable sources where cutting-edge researches are taking place. Already, we have such platform in Oyo State, this very strong collaboration with the state to make sure that there is exchange of data between the state apparatus and the research institute. So I would only encourage government at state level, at federal level, to look at investing a little more into research in such a way that we could also hone this research and plug in the government apparatus in policy, in capacity development for government staffs. If you look at our ministries and the executing agencies for government, they need to be trained, they need to be well exposed to cutting-edge researchers. And unfortunately, the system we have don't provide such facility. Most of us have been on this campus, you could see laboratories in terms of, when you talk about laboratories. It's difficult for a government to take the whole state, budget to build another ITA. No. But you can leverage on, supporting staffs to come in for 2, 3, 4 weeks training. In other countries, they do that to build their capacity, investing in, cassava is in Oyo State, poultry is in Oyo State. Can we support the research institute to do a little bit, to bring out this result that the state can use? I also want to challenge the private organizations. In advanced countries, 2, 3, 4, 5% of their income, of their gains goes into what they call R&D. In Nigeria, every private man is doing whatever he could do and is learning from Brazil. So he pick a grass from Brazil to come and plant here. And the thing is not giving him, that result. Nigeria is not Brazil. Can we invest? Take a little of what you have said, this is my profit. Take a little of it. Speak with this research institute and say, can you give me this result? If you want to own the result after, so be it. But we need to do a little more investment into research and will not depend on foreign organizations alone. We could do a little more from us, from our hand, and making sure that research moves from, like what Baba said, moves from the desk, the shelf, into the farmer's level. If not for the understanding that Oyo State has with IIT, all our research will keep being here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now we have our agric extension trying to force some of these research through the throat of the farmers without the government enabling, building that platform. But now we have a synergy with the government. We have support from the government. We have a little bit of R&D investment from private organization into research. Then we can conduct research, deliver it, directly, and we can move on from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with what the speakers have said, but I think we should extend beyond coming for 2-3 weeks, and I think it needs to be deeper. I'll give 2 examples. During my master's in the United Kingdom, it was the private sector that invited the Imperial College to request for its students to come and do research on site. So we were in the private sector doing our research for the development of technologies that were useful for that private sector, and they owned it and they used it just like you have said. The second example comes from Australia, where I did my PhD. And the government has an institute, an alliance within the university. So within the university, they are sharing facilities, they're conducting research, and that's where I say we need to go beyond the 2-3 weeks. I think it needs to be really deep. I think it needs to be not by accident, but by design. And with that, I think we can go really, really far with the application of innovations, moving things from the shelf to the ground. And when we do it deliberately, when we put in thought, energy, passion into these things, then we can see the results move even faster than we are seeing them now.
Great. Thank you very much, all. These are very insightful comments, and this conversation obviously needs to continue, but we have very short time for that. But obviously this can spark conversation in the room, and I hope that this can really spur something or impulse something that we'll continue working on along the partnership line that Debo has so mentioned. Thank you very much for your time, and I'll call you back later for the Q&A session, but we'll move to the second panel. So thank you. So we'll move to the second panel session. Yes, we'll have a... And this second panel discussion is on the private sector's role. So this is about the private sector's role in accelerating, I think, food and nutrition security. And our first panelist is Mrs. Olu Yemisi Iranloye. I hope I'm pronouncing it right, or you can just teach me how to do that. And Mrs. Iranloye is a distinguished entrepreneur with a strong passion for sustainable agriculture and community development. She's the founder and CEO of Sultry International Company Limited, and she also holds an MSc from the University of Ibadan, 2000. And so under her leadership, Sultry has become a global leader in producing cassava starch, flour, and glucose, and the first in Africa and second in the world to produce cassava-based sorbitol. And I think you've seen her, you've also been able to sense her passion in the CNN documentary. And beyond Sultry, she serves on the IITA Business Incubation Platform board, and she holds the presidency of Large Scale Starch and Derivative Producers Association. Her dedication has also garnered her several recognitions, including the Women's Agripreneurs of the Year's Award by AGRA, and she received recognition as Nigeria's foremost female entrepreneur from Hillary Clinton, the former United States Secretary Secretary of State. Then we'll move to our second panelist, Engineer Tony Jubino. I hope he's here. Yes, great. We've also seen his passion as well in the documentary, and so we're really privileged to have them here. Engineer Jubino is the CEO of Land and Marine Groups and Barn Holdings Group. He's a parent company of Milking Barn AgroServe Limited, and he's an avid and visionary entrepreneur with diverse portfolio. He's successful in oil and gas. He's also has his educational background is in engineering from Enugu State University of Science and Technology, and a master's degree in engineering management from River State University of Science and Technology. He also has honed his business skills at Harvard Business School, and then he has over 3 decades of leadership, operations, project, and construction management. Engineer Jubino also founded Milking Barns AgroServe Limited, which is revolutionizing the dairy, grains, and pasture value chain. He's been pivotal in driving this innovation in agribusiness and tourism. Obviously, there's a lot, again, to Engineer Jubino, but I would like you to welcome him also on the stage. Thank you for joining us. Our third speaker. Our third speaker is Mr. Amaju Melvin Pinnick. He holds a bachelor's degree in political science and public administration. He's also, through his foundation, Brown Hill Foundation, that was founded in 2011. No less than 1,500 Nigerians have benefited through various vocational and scholarship schemes. He's also into sports and academics, where he's the substantive chairman of Brown Hill Group, a conglomerate with tentacles in marines and offshore support services, engineering, construction, hospitality, and agriculture. Brown Hill Farm is also a subsidiary of Brown Hill Group, and it is deeply committed to agricultural development, specializing in tomato cultivation, hydroponics, greenhouse technologies, and the farms also cultivate banana and plantain. Mr. Pinnick also is the first Nigerian to be elected twice as president of the Nigerian Football Federation for 2 tenures. And he's also the first vice president of the Confederation of Africa Football, CAF. He's also a member of FIFA Council, and he's also presently, he's also a high-ranking CAF Executive Committee member and presently the AFCON Organizing Committee Vice President. So you're welcome to the stage. Thank you very much. Okay. And last but not the least, we have Ms. Ebun Feludu. Mrs. Feludu is a visionary entrepreneur and the driving force behind Kokari Coconuts and Company. It's a leading vertically integrated coconut company headquartered in Nigeria, and her journey in entrepreneurship began through Plug Media, a media agency dedicated to helping women-owned businesses to articulate their brand narrative. Building on the foundation, she launched Ingro Agri Invest. That's an innovative all-women investment fund focusing on supporting female entrepreneurs in the agricultural sector. And since founding Kokari Coconut Company in 2016, she has spearheaded its transformation into a dynamic enterprise, offering a portfolio of 10 NAFDAC certified products such as spanning food and personal care segments. And she's also has initiatives such as the Kokari Women Initiatives and Kokari Cafe. So I think we welcome people to go and experience Kokari Cafe in Ibadan here. So please, you have to let us know a little bit more as well about Kokari Cafe. She's also have international recognitions and accolades such as the Women's Economic Forum, and she's made history by leading the first Nigerian delegation of women to the Women's Economic Forum, and she was honored as the inaugural chairperson of All Nigeria. So her products also sell in Walmart, supermarkets across the USA. So welcome our panelists. And we're really excited now to hear the private sector voice, because I think this is very critical in the conversation that we've had here. We've heard from science, we know what the government also can do, and we've heard from government. And now we would like to really hear from the private sector. Leading to the first question to all panelists is, what is your business doing here in Oyo State, Nigeria? Just let us know quickly what you do in Oyo State, and why did you get into this business, and what will it lead in terms of, what will it lead to in terms of food and nutrition security, or import substitution and export? So what's your vision with your business? We'll start with Mrs. Amun. Yes, please.
Good morning. I'm going to stand on existing protocol. Thank you very much for the privilege to be here today. My name is Ebunfe Ludu. I call myself the Chief Coconut Cracker at Kokari Coconuts and Company. And I'm from Ibadan, I'm from Aliwo, so naturally, I eventually sort of gravitated back home. But really, my journey with coconut started in 2015 because I, like 80% of Africans, am lactose intolerant. And I had a horrible reaction to milk. And then after that, started embracing a plant-based milk, which is coconut milk. So we've been running the company since 2016 out of Lagos. We have 2 factories in Lagos, Badagry and Okwaja. But part of my training was in India, and one of the things they told me was, listen, if you want to really scale this, you're going to have to, get involved in the primary production. And actually, we didn't think to farm in Oyo State until after the Oyo State Agribusiness Summit that held about 2 years ago. Dr. Debo was there, graciously invited us. The governor was there as well. And it was after this that we acquired land in Oshogun, Oyo State. We acquired 10 hectares, and we've been working out of there, farming coconuts, and we also, with support from GIZ, built a nursery. And the idea is simply this. Lagos State is considered to be the largest producer of coconuts in Nigeria, but it's also the smallest in landmass. So it was clear that if we wanted to scale, we really couldn't do much more in Lagos. We really sort of had to go to the neighboring state, which was Oyo State. And thankfully, with support from my sister, my mentor, and my friend, Mrs. Nroloye here, we were able to acquire the land in Oshogun, and we started farming. And not only that, we've also been able to show the value chain to other farmers in the community, including Mrs. Nroloye, as well as several other farmers in that area. So our goal is essentially to relocate our factories to Oyo State, but after we've actually done enough of the primary production here to justify what we're doing there. And because coconuts are so long-term, we also train farmers on how to intercrop the coconuts with other crops like the orange flesh sweet potato, which actually gives nitrogen back to the soil. It's really high nutrient, as President Obasanjo has said. It's very critical for food security and nutrition security to have that, but also for the farmers to be able to have short-term yield from their farmlands, from the sweet potatoes, as we offtake that and process that, and then long-term from the coconuts. So on a final note on the coconuts, 80% of the coconuts we consume in Nigeria actually come from the West Coast. And so our vision at Kokari is to take that wealth and extend it to farmers in Nigeria, starting with Oyo State. Because on 1 hectare of land, farmers are able to do 20 to 25 million from the coconuts alone. And so that's our mission here. And so far, it's been incredible.
Great. Before we move to our next panelist, we want to know how many farmers are you supporting as well through your business? And that applies for our other speakers. Okay, yes. What are we talking about?
Just partnered with 2 million farmers. It's the Smallholder Farmer Association of Nigeria. So they're across Nigeria. And we're starting with Coconut Farmers Association in Oyo State, because we do have one. And we're also working with the Women Farmers Association in Oyo State as well. And so with the support we have with the nursery on the farm right now, we've been able to work with about 600 farmers so far, but we have a huge number, and as we increase capacities, we were able to extend that support to other farmers.
Great, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure a lot of people are utterly flabbergasted that I'll be sitting here discussing a Greek, because my face is like for football, you know. So 3 days ago, I was discussing, having a very long conversation with Brittany, Uju, and some lady just walked up to me and said, wow, you are discussing oil and gas so deeply, but you're in football. Then Uju now turned to us and said, listen, this guy is from Escravos, he can discuss anything. So I really want to thank the organizers of this event. It's very, very, very important. Very, very, very important, critical at this point in our nascent democracy. Only this week, a team of our staff were in Siam in Morocco to attend the Siam conference, and we've been part of it. Brown Hill Farms started a couple of years ago, and what motivated us to start actually is, if you read the book done by Hans J. Morgenthau called Politics Among Nations, one of the elements that makes a country a superpower, in fact, the number one element, was quite elemental, was that of agriculture. And in Nigeria, the arability of land is phenomenal. I traveled around the world in the course of my journey in football and in business, and everywhere I go, especially in the last few years in Morocco, we are traveling to Tangier. On your right, there are farms. On your left, there are farms, you know. So I normally stop to ask questions, you know. So that was the initial motivation. But coming to it, there are a variety of areas you can go to if you want to go into farming. But we decided to say, okay, let us look at tomatoes. Predominantly comes from the northern part of Nigeria, predominantly, you know. Just a few clusters of farms in the western part of Nigeria. So I set up the team and we went around, especially in this western part of Nigeria. And immediately I put a call through to the governor. I said, Your Excellency, we need land. We want to start an agricultural greenhouse. We are looking for at least 30 hectares of land. Let us start. And our whole idea is to drive agri through technology and science. Of course, we all know what science is. Science is that which is observable. We want to do something novel. We want to do something new. Let us start with 30 hectares of land. And he said, okay, come over and let's see if you can apply. And we did everything. But trust me, within 3-4 days, everything we requested was approved. It was, you see, it was unimaginable. I thought from a state and so many other states. Bottlenecks, labor was phenomenal. I said, so it can be that easy. And that is the first element of success when you're looking at private sector government partnership, where you have the enabling environment, when the government is keen, not just keen, but extremely passionate about developing that sector. And that's just what attracted me. And when we went there, my CEO for the group is sitting here there. He said, Chairman, that place, the road, I said, the governor has promised us that he was going to construct that road. And lo and behold, 36 kilometers of road. I left my house in Ikoyi, all the way to my farm, not a pothole. You know? So if you look at all these things, you will know that we are really, really grateful. And if this can be replicated in every part of Nigeria, of course we can. At the moment, our GDP, the minister said a few days ago, Minister of Agric, that 33% of our country's GDP is on agric. Yeah, it can be, but it can also surpass oil because we are richly blessed. Go and read the book, Politics Among Nations. When he highlighted natural resources, agricultural potentials, human population, then he said the most elemental, that is for another discussion, is that of leadership. Because leadership is the only animate factor that can coordinate these other factors for any form of development in that country. So when we started, we brought in, right now we've completed our first hydroponic greenhouse that sits on 800 square meters. We have started a planting plantation and the banana plantation. But let's look at what we want to do. Is it just going and be selling banana? No. Is it just going and be selling tomatoes? No. We are converting tomatoes to powder. Not just converting tomatoes to powder. We are bringing on that condiment and coming out what's called the Pinnick jollof rice mix. We entered the lab, we entered an agreement with the lab, it's called the Food Development Company in Canada last year. In fact, when we went to the lab, trying to do a research on how we can convert this to powder, and they said, well, the tomatoes powder already is in Turkey, but it's not as pure as we can do it for you. Then Professor Lee just told me, he said, why are you looking for just tomatoes? Tomato is just one condiment. Why don't I cook for you? I said, cook how? He said, you see, yeah, very massive lab in Toronto. He said, we cook all the food here for them in Toronto, in the Caribbean. Everything is cooked here in this lab. He said, is that so? He said, yes. He said, what's your delicacy? Which one is very common? I said, jollof rice. Then, of course, he Googled jollof rice and he came back and he said, I'll cook jollof rice for you. Then we entered an agreement, we paid a very unseen amount of money. And within a year, the jollof rice mix that we've been able to develop, if you eat it, there's no difference between that jollof rice and the normal jollof rice that you cook. It developed it 100%. And we did our consumer testing. We are going through the legislations right now, the regulations with the American Food Agency, the Canadian Food International Intelligence Agency, and NAFDA. Now, what do we want to achieve with that? When you say food security is not sui generis to just sufficiency in food. You're talking about the nutritional value of the food. You're talking about the quality of the food. So our jollof rice mix is going to come out with the quality, because if, for example, you want to bring out a jollof rice, you put 3 balls of tomatoes, you stir it, you don't know your nutritional value. You can be overdosing or you can be underdosing. But with our jollof rice mix, you're able to know, for example, the number of calorie intake. You want to know the number of nutritional value in terms of vitamin D, vitamin C, vitamin whatever, and that's it. That's the whole idea. So we're going to be driven 100% by technology. Then our banana, what do we want to do with our banana? Dairy products, baby food, vanilla, they're all banana. Package it. I talked with Eco Ideas already. Package it, and we export. That is the whole idea of everything we are doing in our farm. We are not just looking at driving farming because we want to say, Nigeria is not a country of raw materials, for Christ's sake. Once you have the enabling environment, which His Excellency has given to us, His Excellency, I'm not a politician, but we wish you can stay forever. Yeah, because even though we have long-term agreement, but we can't just trust ordinarily the next government. Trust me, they might not voice it, but it's the fear of everybody, because this is Nigeria. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you all for listening. And trust me, my passion is beyond football. It's beyond oil and gas. Once you have certain gifts, like the gifts the governor has, the gift our president has, the gift the DJ has, you can be very versatile and veer into any area. So just wait and watch out for our jollof rice mix. That's the beginning. We also signed an agreement with the Food Development Lab to say, okay, after the jollof rice, we are coming out with our pepper soup mix. And in about 3 to 4 weeks, we are shipping in the plant. We are bringing in the plants from Germany and from China to install in Oyo. And when I am also called, just that easy things in Oyo State. I wish Oyo State was Nigeria. When I called them, I said, but we need a warehouse for the plant. They say, the one next to you, go and look at it. If you want it, you have it. They come and discuss with us. That's how things should be done because of food security, because everybody is hungry in this country. And we can feed Nigeria and feed the rest of the world if things can be done easily, if the enabling environment can be created, if everybody can own. As a city president, he owns a farm. If a city president can own a farm, who are being able to own a farm now? Thank you very much, and let me pass it on to my
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Pinnick. I think you've answered all the questions at once at the same time in your speech. So we will, yes, no, please stay, because the conversation is very exciting and we're happy about the passion. But we'd also like to hear from our other panelists. And yes, we'd love to hear about your business and really what brought you here in the States and how many people also your business is supporting.
So,
briefly.
my name is Tony Jibuno, and I'm the CEO of Milking Ban AgroServe Limited. Sitting down here and listening to other panelists, our stories are similar, okay? Sometime in 2015, I was privileged to attend a conference in the States, and the speaker said he has a franchise with Walmart that was worth $100 million, making snacks out of the skin of pigs, and that he consumes 160,000 pigs daily just to meet the demand for Walmart. I didn't hear any other thing the guy said that day. You know, like, I sat down there as an oil and gas professional, and all I was calculating in my head is $100 million, 160,000 pigs, and it was just snacks. So I walked up to this guy after this conference and I said, can I supply you pigs from Nigeria? We have a lot of them in Nigeria. I said, why not? Instantly, he gave me his card, we exchanged emails. I sent him an email the next day, he responded with the specifications and everything. Then my journey started. I came back to Nigeria. I couldn't find one farm, one that could meet this guy's specification. I toured everywhere, and I couldn't find a farm. So in my process of looking for a farm, you know, me and my big mouth, I told the guy there are pigs everywhere. I could almost give you the 160,000 you need on a daily basis. And I came back and I couldn't find one. So in my quest to satisfy that order, I now met a Portuguese. His name is Obilio. And he said, look, I don't do pigs, but I can show you something better. I'm like, what could be better than what I've seen already? Then he said, I could show you something else, dairy. He said, better still, let me invite you. He invited me to his farm in Lisbon, and I went to this beautiful farm. You know, it used to be owned by the MD of Tetra Pak. Well-run farm, 2,500 lactating animals. Top of the range, average animals were given 60 liters of milk every day. I was totally blown away. That day I was converted from moving from oil and gas into agribusiness, you know. And to cut the long story short, I came back to Nigeria, registered AgroServe, Milking Ban AgroServe Limited, as a subsidiary of our oil and gas company. Then the journey started. The hurdles about location, where you will get the land, you know, where is the offtake agreement, where will you, you know, there were too many hurdles. And the challenge was, there was no blueprint for agribusiness in Nigeria. If I sit down 10 professors here, they give you 10 different answers. You know, each of them right in his own space, but we had to now start talking and trying to find out what is the best solution. I got introduced to Dr. Akande just early into His Excellency's administration, just a little after COVID. You know, and he was in the UK and we had a teleconference, and he said, look, we're trying to do this, we're trying to do that. I said, no. Let's see how that turns out. So we started the journey last year, February, to set up a dairy, grain, and pasture enterprise, okay, where we are hoping to bridge the gap in the dairy business. Yes, last year we cultivated 200 hectares of grains in Fashola. We cultivated 50 hectares for pasture in Fashola. We built equipment shed, the hay barn, the silage bunkers, the animal barns, all in Fashola. And within 1 year, we have scaled up our pilot, which was initially supposed to have been 100 hectares, 100 animal pilot for the project, to a place where in 1 year we now have 400 hectares and 300 animals, all within 1 year. And that has been because we found a place suitable. You know, like my brother here said, you know, you place a call and it is done. The governor comes to side, he said, Tony, what can I do to help you get this done? And the things you would naturally have asked for, he's already thought about it and he's done it. Security is there, Fashola is fenced, so we do not have issues about herdsmen coming to disturb you. Even within the farm, you have the Amotekus patrolling and guarding the place. So you feel safe. And like he said, he drives from his house in Ikoyi. I live just next door in Lekki. I leave my house in the morning. I get to Fashola as well. No stroll, 2.5 hours, 2 hours, you're there. So it's been a good experience, you know, and we now took the decision to, okay, we're here to stay. It's not just to run the pilot. You know, His Excellency has graciously also approved for us to have 1,500 hectares, where we will now develop our main farm, because what we initially started was just for the pilot. So here we have come to Oyo to stay, and we're here for good. And like you said, we hope subsequent governments will be as good as the current one.
That's great. Thank you very much. And yes, again, in a few words, we would like to also hear your experience. We have about 5 minutes left. I know it's a bit tricky once we go down the line. So yes, we would love to hear. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I feel honored to be here to share my journey in Oyo State. Mine is slightly different. I found myself in cassava by passion. Even though I'm a biochemist, I had my first stop of experience in Agro. And at that time, farmers come all the way from Isei and different places, about 200 kilometers. And by the time they get to our factory, we are rejecting the cassava because the starch content have dropped, because sometimes the truck has broken down on the road, and farmers can't get anything because we pay per starch content. And this particular day, I saw this old man, and it's very important I share this because this is where my motivation comes from. And he was crying, an old man. And so I went to meet him. Why are you crying? He said, oh, he just got to the weigh bridge, and the lady at the weigh bridge said, go back, we can't take it. And I went to see the cassava, true. They were all bad. And I said, Papa, how did this happen? He said, oh, that the car broke down for 5 days. And you know when you have cassava in a truck for 5 days, it will cook. I took him to my office, made a case for him that we should find a way to pay him. This man is crying. Eventually we paid him. And that day, I couldn't sleep. And I told God, I said, God, if you can't give me my own, I will make sure that smallholder farmers don't suffer. So when you see me, I'm an advocate for smallholder farmers. That's where that came from. And that was in 2005. So I incorporated my company, continued to be in Agro until it was time for me to leave, and I left Agro. And I went straight into that. I bought a small piece of land. I didn't buy all their land. I could have bought the whole of that community, but I chose not to because my passion was, I want to do a business that's going to impact these people. So I bought just about 500 hectares and then kept telling them that you will grow for me. It was like a story. It was like it will never happen. Where will that happen? But eventually, when I relocated to the environment, we started working with the farmers. We had 17 farmers. Today, we have above 10,000 farmers. And what we basically do is go to the farmers, put them into clusters, work with them. Then, when I relocated, it was bare forest, nothing. But I knew what I saw, that we could change the narrative. The narrative shouldn't be that factories are in the city, farmers are struggling and suffering and losing their money and their life in the process. So I knew somehow something was going to happen. But let's see whether we can rewrite the story. I relocated in 2011. By 2012, First Bank gave us their first commitment money to build a factory. But then before then, I had relocated. I was already working with the farmers. Part of the money was injected into helping farmers to be able to have the best variety. So I came to IITA, and that's where my journey with IITA began. I said, I want the best variety. Farmers were farming and getting 4 tons, 5 tons. What is this? How will I be able to run this plant? So we started. Farmers couldn't afford anything at that time. So we were like their local government chairman. That is what they call us then. And then we started giving them 419 was about the best at that time. So we give them 419, we take their credede and burn it. We give them 419, we take their credede and burn it for the first 17 farmers, the second year 100 farmers, the third year 300 farmers, and then of course the rest is story today. And when we built our first plant, because I'm a biochemist, so the quality came out very good, we were lucky. And then we started to sell to multinationals. 2015, we built the second line. For every factory, we would have met with the farmers in the town hall, discussed, we want to expand. You have to expand your field. What do we do? So the company saw, what we did was to provide guarantee, because farmers can't do anything. So we provided guarantee. And our mission statement is to grow smallholder farmers into commercial farmers. So in 3 years, we have to make you a commercial farmer. So when you see the cassava in Isei to Eruwa area today, was not like that 50 years ago. Yes, farmers were cropping, but unprofitably and wasn't organized. But when we came in purposefully, we knew we needed to organize these people, get them to grow. If this company must also grow, it was bank money we were using at that time. International agency came in, IITA, IDH, PING, 2Scale, Agra, everyone was coming in because we had started. So it was easy for them to come in and help us to provide grants, to encourage farmers, to provide grants, to support the cost of growing cassava. Today, I think the whole of that as is have become structured, and we can say it is a cassava belt of Oyo State. And of course, the company is also growing despite all the challenges. And I say, despite all the challenges, a lot of challenges, from road to water to electricity, because it was forest. We had to bring power all over from Isei to Ado-Awaye to provide power. We started with generator, but then we surmounted them. Because we were determined to surmount them. As we were surmounting them, we were also surmounting for farmers as well. We also had the intention to say, no, we can't be the only one having power. We started doing backward integration to provide amenities for farmers, to provide them with power, with water, helping the schools with computers. Today we have a foundation that looks into giving smart farmers, girls, opportunity to go to the university, because I was thinking, how is this going to outlive me? I'm not going to be here. Maybe the next 5 years I would have retired. I don't even think to go to 5 years to retire. So I started thinking, in 5 years, we should have an MD from this community. And if that's going to happen, it has to be deliberate today. So we have a foundation today that is looking into only university sponsorship for students from the area, starting from that community to other parts of Oyo State, to Nigeria, and then at last. So basically, that's my journey to Oyo State, even though I'm from Ogumosho. But I found myself in that locality, and I think I feel I'm more from that locality than Ogumosho today. Apologies to my people. And then we have also started to stretch our hands to helping other entrepreneurs to say, come, you can do it. Tell my story and say, this is how I took my baby steps. You could also take your baby steps toward providing yourself with raw material that can sustain your business. In a nutshell, that's my journey.
Great, thank you very much. All these stories are very interesting and exciting. We're so pressed for time. Obviously, we started a little bit late. I apologize for the time that is running, and we really have to move to the next session. But just for closing words, I would like to hear from you, our first speakers. What do you want to say to the state? What more can be done to bring more people and attract more investment like yours? In 30 seconds, if you can do that, what's maybe the one word that can sum up what the state can do, or how do you want to encourage the state to bring more investors like you?
Well, thankfully, I had the opportunity to present our case to the governor last week at the Oyo State Tourism Forum. One of the challenges that we're facing in Oshogo right now is the inner roads to Oshogo. really difficult because a lot of our vehicles that we're taking there, they're breaking down, and the community itself would really benefit that infrastructure, improved roads. That's one thing. The other thing is security, because when we started, we put a borehole in. This is a community that suffers for water. We put a borehole in, put a pumping machine. It got stolen. So these are some of the things that entrepreneurs go through that are not very pretty. So security is the second issue that we face in Oshogo that we bring before the government. And the third thing is technical partnerships. And we've been blessed with that with IITA, because you see every part of the coconut is really valuable, from the coconut husk to the shell, to the flesh, to the water. And we process every part of the coconut. And with the partnership that we've had with IITA, we've processed our coconut husk into a substrate that helps to improve seedlings for farmers, basically the output for seedlings in the farmers. And so that sort of technical partnership is really critical for companies like ours to be able to sort of improve scale and to just sort of deepen our knowledge in our value chains.
Thank you very much. 30 seconds.
Yeah, Your Excellency, in truth, I don't think I would have loved to mention anything because you have provided us with everything. But just for the record, like I mentioned to you today, it's just if we can have a proper synergy between Oyo State Government, us, and the Ibadan Electricity Company. It is very, very important because right now to run our greenhouse, we run generators morning, night, and day, other technologies. And under 4 weeks, the 2 other greenhouses are coming, which means we're going to be sitting on 2,400 square meters of greenhouses. Our cold room, where we store in all is also very massive. Then the plants coming. So we are looking at over 500 kVA. So if we want to run that, we'll just definitely be going to, it's a sacrifice. We know at the end of the day, it's business. But you have created the enabling environment. We just want you to go, maybe just more push to see if we can have this synergy, in short, we have power. Maybe I know you don't like that I've mentioned it because I've mentioned it to you before. I know the governor, where I come from, call them Atokinadu. If he says something, he will do it. So, Excellency, we rely on you and we trust you that you will do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, okay, 2 things I would like to see. I would like to see a situation where the other agri hubs is accelerated. So because we have more panel investors, it gives us a lot of encouragement. We can draw strength from one another, both technologically, both sharing equipment and even whatever assets that we have. So if the plan is to see Oyo State being transformed into an agricultural hub in the southwest or in the Nigeria, the plans to see the other hubs should be expedited. That would be something that will help all of us. Secondly, we got a call from BOI, for instance, and said, look, are you guys interested in a working capital that they had something with the states? Okay, and I said, so what are you offering? They said 50 million. I said, I spent that in 1 week, so that doesn't help me in any way. So he said, they said they had a 1 billion facility or something in that nature, and the single obligor limit was 50 million. I said that won't help me. All right, so if the state has that for small scale farmers, then something should be put in place for large scale farmers or commercial farmers, whereby if we do need this short-term funds, okay, to bridge gaps or for expansion purposes, we're able to access them. So if that is in place, then that I think will help, in cushioning the effect of this, the requirements. It takes a whole lot, from every one of us sitting here to run these farms, and the banks are not helpful. So if the state is intentional about helping source for funding for large-scale farmers that operate within the state, then maybe they should also be intentional about channeling that to the large-scale farmers.
Thank you very much. I have 3 points, but I'll try and take one and then run through the other 2. I've been in this space for a while, so I'll be talking from real practical angle, which I'm very happy that His Excellency is here and our Baba is here. If we have to move Oyo State to be where we should be, to be number one in Africa, I'm not looking at us as number one in Nigeria. I believe we're already number one in Nigeria. It's just a matter of data. But number one in Africa, we need to be a bit more pragmatic and intentional with our land. Our major resource is land. I don't know how the state will do it, but get money from anywhere and clear 25,000 hectares of farmland straight. Put them into big farm estates. People, investors to come and use. 3 different types of people will use this. 1, you can do in-grower model for farmers. And maybe Dr. Debo, I should let you know, Oyo State farmers are not in the category of 0.5 hectares. They've left that space long time. Oyo State farmers, when you say smallholder farmer in Oyo State, you're talking about 5 hectares. Only very small fraction are still in the less than 1 hectare ratios. I mean, for cassava. For some other crops, maybe something bigger, depending on the economic value of the crop. So, if land clearing is the major hurdle we need to take and climb. Because the problem we have now, and I'll need to stress this at this meeting, if there's not going to be hunger in Nigeria, we need to listen to this. There is right now scarcity of food and scarcity of production. The reason is, 4 years ago, my farmer will use 200,000 to cultivate 1 hectare. This year, our EOP, if the farmer does not have between 800 and 1 million, he cannot cultivate 1 hectare. So what happens is, he can only do 1 hectare. Last year, that's why cassava rose to 200,000. And it's becoming threatening the outputs. This year, there will be less cultivation if something is not done. And these are real information from the field. Farmers don't have access to more. And when I say farmers, both large scale and small scale, because I used to do 3,000. Last year, I could do only 1,000. Because just do the arithmetic, 200,000 per hectare to 1 million per hectare. It means all the money I used to do 3,000 is what I'm going to use to do 1,000. What has happened? Everything has gone down. It's going to repeat itself this year again. So, 2 is that farmers, even that have been cultivating on the same land for 10, 15 years, yield has started nose driving now. And Dr. Mercy will bear me witness. Farmers have started having 12 years ago, farmers started increasing in yield because we started giving them new varieties. That new variety is 10 years old now, so yield has started to come down. That's number 1. It's the same land this individual has been farming for 10 years with no crop rotation because he does not have another land to move into. So 2 things are causing the yield to go down. Land is depleted, his stem is depleted. So we need the government to jumpstart something. Clear land, 3,000, 5,000, whatever, let there be land. Then farmers can have somewhere to move to. And when I say farmers, both smallholder, medium scale, large scale, we all need land. I mean, brother said he needs more land. And that land, when it's in the forest form, don't use. Majority of people that are located big land to, please go and check how many of them have cultivated that land today. Those who gave 10 hectares, how many of them have done 1,000? You find out that many have not done more than 100 because the cost of clearing land and putting it into the useful form is enormous. And there's no bank money in Nigeria to take care of that. No bank will give you money for land clearing. Because if you clear land, it should be amortized over 10 years. Nigerian bank will not give you money for 10 years. The shortest you can do is 5 years.
Once you say it's land clearing, they say, no. We want the money in 1 year, 12 months. Meanwhile, cassava is an 18-month crop. Yes, because 3 months to cultivate, 12 years for it to germinate, another 3 years for you to harvest, because you cannot harvest 5,000 hectares in 1 day. So the minimum for cassava, for example, is 2 years. So the highest they will give you from the bank is 2 years money. So where is the cost for land clearing coming from? That's why the state must look at that, lease it out, charge the people, but at least jumpstart it, so that more people can be able to expand their businesses and not be tempted to go to other states. My last point, investors. I'll be using the word protect is because after you have invested, you now have other companies going to create business in Edo, Calabar, Kaduna. They will not look at how they will get raw material. They now travel all the way, 500 kilometers to Oyo State to come and take the crop away, choking the companies that have invested their money. There must be a way to find a way to either tax them. In fact, the Oyo State people are looking for money. Tax the people that are coming from other states to come and take our crop from here, or let them move their factory here. Let all of us be here and save the country. But they cannot put a factory in another state and come and be getting the raw material from another state, choking the people who stood here to train and sunlight to create an ecosystem, and they come and distort it. So I think these 3 points, if the state can look at it, expatiate it, we will be #1 in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, lively discussion. I think we can feel the passion from our panelists. So thank you so much for sharing your experience with us and really enlightening us on what the journey has been. I think what we can hear is that the enabling environment is critical. The state has provided that. There's a lot more that we can do together for combining science, private sector, the right policies, and at the same time attracting the right investment. So thank you very much for all your contribution. Now I would like to quickly recognize the Honorable Commissioner of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Oyo State, just came in, Pastor Otumba Tola Fasheru. I hope this is the right pronunciation of your name. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. And so, if you permit me, because really we don't have a lot of time left, we would like to ask you to keep your questions for the interactive session with our VIPs. I'm sure this would probably be acceptable because we're supposed to be at lunchtime 30 minutes ago. So I will ask you, thank you very much for our panelists here. So while they go down the stage, we'll change the program a little bit, if you permit me, and allow people to actually go for lunch. And then after lunch, we'll have our YEP and STEP people to prepare themselves to showcase their experiences with agribusiness in no more than 3 minutes per person, so that we can gain a little bit of time, and then we can move into the interactive sessions with our guest here. So before we go for lunch now, again, the ushers will send you again to the lunch area. We have about 3 buffet stations, and then we also have the private dining room for our VIP guests. So you will be also directed to the room. And there is an exhibition outside, so while you are on your way to lunch, of course, we'd like you to just go and see some of the products that are there and see what some of our panelists have actually showcased there, and also our partners. And so now the time is 2:07, so 2:10. We would like to be back in this room at 3:10 so that we can continue the program. We'll still try to find best ways to contract the program so that we can finish in good time. So thank you again for your attention, and enjoy your lunch.
Okay. Section of its policy, the implementation will be easy.
Government has no business in business. I've personally known that for a long time.
When you have the right road, you have the right infrastructure, you've got the conducive atmosphere, I think an environment that helps to drive whatever private-public partnership we want to do.
The infrastructural facilities have really assisted us in taking final decisions in having a farm here. So that's one of the advantages.
Science, you can't take that away from business because technological improvement improves your efficiency, your yield, and all of that.
Without science, how do you decide where you are to plant? What to plant, where to plant, and the type of herbicide you are going to use?
Food is crucial for the survival of the human race. However, as the population is expected to reach 9 billion by 2050, the question arises, where will the extra food come from? Achieving food sufficiency requires harnessing the potential of science and innovation, investment and support by both private sector and government to meet the growing demand. A careful examination of the government of Oyo State, led by engineer Shay McKindy, showcases a model characterized by significant investments in agribusiness. This administration has prioritized fostering an environment conducive to growth and has forged partnerships with development partners to incorporate state-of-the-art technologies and innovations. In Oyo State, the establishment of the Fashola Agribusiness and Industrial Hub has significantly bolstered opportunities for private sector involvement in the agricultural sector.
No investor will go into a place that is not safe. No investor will go into a place where, oh, before I get there, my back is paining me. The roads are not there and all that. So these are elements that the government is putting in place. This is what I believe, if the government follows this way of working, where a hub has everything that you want to use as dairy farmer or as crop farmers, then you will see a lot of investors coming in there, knowing quite well that, one, their property will be saved, two, they can grow in that dimension, and we can multiply this in many of the states in the country. And of course, I used to talk about dairy, because Friesland is #1 in terms of dairy development. We want to collect a lot of raw milk. Out of the 30 milk collection centers we have, 15 is seated in Oyo State, which is the pay center of the country. And that's why I said the policy is working. And I also employed His Excellency Engineer Shay McKindy to continue to do this.
The state has graciously given us 1,500 hectares of land where we want to now build our main farm. So here started out as a pilot, but it's also grown to become from 100 hectares and 100 animals, we've grown this to 400 hectares and 300 animals.
If you want to produce sugar from sugarcane, your factory location should not be more than 15 minutes to 20 minutes drive from the farm, maximum 15 kilometers. The infrastructural facilities have really assisted us in taking final decisions in having a farm here. So even if you want to move our raw materials, in 10 minutes the raw material is already there. So that's one of the advantages.
We are into tomato production currently, and we're also into banana production. Our main aim of investing is also to convert this tomato and this banana into powder. We are converted to powder because you can store for a longer period of time, and also you can export them easily because these are perishable goods. Each plant holds about 1,240 plants, so which means we can have 1,240 times 7 to give us the quantity of tomato we need in one span. Then we multiply that by 15. So in total, we are looking up to 4,000 capacity. The model the governor has tried to do, they've put in some facilities in place, which has also helped us to some aspects. We come in also to put in some facility in place. They gave us the warehouse, the road. There's no land dispute or anything, where you see in some other places. So there's a mutual cooperation between the government and the private sector, and also even the private sector with the community.
This not only stimulates economic growth and job creation, but also fosters innovation and enhances productivity within the agricultural value chain. The Fashola Agribusiness and Industrial Hub also serves as a vivid illustration of how science is harnessed to address agricultural challenges. A collaborative effort with esteemed partners such as GoSeed under the IITA Business Incubation Platform, IITA-BIP, has facilitated advancements in seed selection, enabling farmers to access high-quality seeds tailored to their specific needs.
IITA GoSeed is an early generation seed company, and we're cultivating improved varieties that have come out from a technology known as the semi-autotrophic hydroponics, and we brought them here to the Fashola Agribusiness Hub to set up a seed production field, and we have a representation of the improved varieties. These are very important varieties that farmers have tested and alluded to that is going to help increase their livelihood and productivity.
Furthermore, innovative solutions like Nodamax, which fixes nitrogen in soil for better yield in soybean, and Aflasafe, used to combat aflatoxin contamination in maize and groundnuts, showcase the transformative potential of science in safeguarding crop quality and food safety, ultimately benefiting farmers in Fashola Agribusiness Hub.
The end game of research is to ensure that it creates solution to human problem. Okay? So what then is the essence of research that is being done that is not reaching to people? We have so many researches that have been done. We have so many innovations that have been developed. It needs to get to the hand of the beneficiary, which are the smallholder farmers, which are commercial agriculturists. But we can't get to all these locations where they are because that is not who we are. We need to leverage on partners. And one of these partners are the private sector that are in place, that already have the network, that already have the system, that already have the structure in place, and that's been doing this in the past. We've seen the example on one or two of our innovations that we have commercialized through the private sector, how it has moved so fast across the whole of Africa, beyond what we'll have been able to do as a city sector.
Additionally, support and farm management practices provided in conjunction with partners like the International Livestock Research Institute, HEALRI, have enhanced pastures and animal management techniques, optimizing livestock productivity.
For any food security, for any intervention, any development to take place anywhere in the world, research is very key. We have private investors who are willing to invest and to make sure we are food secure. The beauty of it all is that the dairy production is taking place in Fashola. Already we have a private organization that is taking up that place. We are supporting the establishment of over 300 hectares of best pasture for this environment. So as an organization, IRI, IITA, supporting the states to see that we are able to back this initiative with cutting-edge research to make sure that we are able to deliver well for the nutrition of all. We should be self-sustained in this country, and we can start from every one of us.
The role of science cannot be overemphasized. We have artificial incinerators here now so that we can incinerate these animals with semen from exotic breeds. Our first set of animals will be delivering from next month. So by the time you come back here the next time, I'm sure I can offer you a glass of fresh milk.
Teaming up with IITA, the African Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF, is actively delivering mechanization solutions to private agribusiness entities and farmers within the hub at highly competitive rates.
We are all in one hub. Shared services is happening. A farmer does not need to buy a tractor because you have 25 farmers or 50 farmers in a hub. You have a cooperative society where you all just renting it. So everything we are doing here will reduce the cost of production.
The government gave us this land. They brought in tractors. Even the private sector, you don't have to buy, because the cost of each of these things too are expensive. But with the government having all those things too in place, you can just go lease for the area of land you want to clear. It reduces the huge capital investment that's actually needed in setting up a farm like this model.
This strategic partnership not only enhances the productivity and efficiency of these enterprises, but also fosters sustainable agricultural development in the region. The Fashola model, by fostering collaboration between the public and private sectors, leveraging cutting-edge technologies, and prioritizing sustainable practices, demonstrates how a comprehensive approach to agribusiness can yield significant results. It presents a compelling blueprint for agricultural development that, if replicated and supported on a broader scale, holds the potential to achieve food sufficiency not only within Nigeria, but across the entirety of Africa.
I think it's a model that has worked, and I think it's something that should be replicated across board.
To me, I think this is exactly what you call agribusiness, the reality of it. And I believe that a lot of our states in Nigeria will take a cue from this, where government stays where they belong in ensuring that they provide enabling environments, the right kind of a policy, and allow private sector to lead and drive.
When the government has good policy and has good people manning the various sections of its policy, the implementation will be easy.
Government has no business in business. I've personally known that for a long time.
When you have the right road, you have the right infrastructure, you've got the conducive atmosphere, I think an environment that helps to drive whatever private-public partnership we want to do.
The infrastructural facilities have really assisted us in taking final decisions in having a farm here. So that's one of the advantages.
Science, you can't take that away from business because technological improvement improves your efficiency, your yield, and all of that.
Without science, how do you decide where you are to plant, what to plant, time to plant, and the type of herbicide you are going to use?
Food is crucial for the survival of the human race. However, as the population is expected to reach 9 billion by 2050, the question arises, where will the extra food come from? Achieving food sufficiency requires harnessing the potential of science and innovation, investment and support by both private sector and government to meet the growing demand. A careful examination of the government of Oyo State, led by engineer Shea McKindy, showcases a model characterized by significant investments in agribusiness. This administration has prioritized fostering an environment conducive to growth and has forged partnerships with development partners to incorporate state-of-the-art technologies and innovations. In Oyo State, the establishment of the Fashola Agribusiness and Industrial Hub has significantly bolstered opportunities for private sector involvement in the agricultural sector.
No investor will go into a place that is not safe. No investor will go into a place where, oh, before I get there, my back is paining me. The roads are not there and all that. So these are elements that the government is putting in place. This is what I believe, if the government follows this way of working, where a hub has everything that you want to use as dairy farmer or as crop farmers, then you will see a lot of investors coming in there, knowing quite well that, one, their property will be saved, two, they can grow in that dimension, and we can multiply this in many of the states in the country. And of course, I used to talk about dairy, because Friesland is #1 in terms of dairy development. We want to collect a lot of raw milk. Out of the 30 milk collection centers we have, 15 is seated in Oyo State, which is the base center of the country. And that's why I said the policy is working. And I also employed His Excellency Engineer Shea McKindy to continue to do this.
The state has graciously given us 1,500 hectares of land where we want to now build our main farm. So here started out as a pilot, but it's also grown to become from 100 hectares and 100 animals, we've grown this to 400 hectares and 300 animals.
If you want to produce sugar from sugarcane, your factory location should not be more than 15 minutes to 20 minutes drive from the farm, maximum 15 kilometers. The infrastructural facilities have really assisted us in taking final decisions in having a farm here. So even if you want to move our raw materials, in 10 minutes the raw material is already there. So that's one of the advantages.
We are into tomato production currently, and we're also into banana production. Our main aim of investing is also to convert this tomato and this banana into powder. We are converted to powder because you can store for a longer period of time, and also you can export them easily because these are perishable goods. Each span holds about 1,240 plants, so which means we can have 1,240 times 7 to give us the quantity of tomato we need in one span. Then we multiply that by 15. So in total, we are looking up to 4,000 capacity. The model the governor has tried to do, they've put in some facilities in place, which has also helped us to some aspects. We come in also to put in some facility in place. They gave us the warehouse, the road. There's no land dispute or anything where you see in some other places. So there's a mutual cooperation between the government and the private sector, and also even the private sector with the community.
This not only stimulates economic growth and job creation, but also fosters innovation and enhances productivity within the agricultural value chain. The Fashola Agribusiness and Industrial Hub also serves as a vivid illustration of how science is harnessed to address agricultural challenges. A collaborative effort with esteemed partners such as GoSeed under the IITA Business Incubation Platform, IITA BIP, has facilitated advancements in seed selection, enabling farmers to access high-quality seeds tailored to their specific needs.
IITA GoSeed is an early generation seed company, and we're cultivating improved varieties that have come out from a technology known as the semi-autotrophic hydroponics, and we brought them here to the Fashola Agribusiness Hub to set up a seed production field, and we have a representation of the improved varieties. These are very important varieties that farmers have tested and alluded to that is going to help increase their livelihood and productivity.
Furthermore, innovative solutions like Nodamax, which fixes nitrogen in soil for better yield in soybean, and Aflasafe, used to combat aflatoxin contamination in maize and groundnuts, showcase the transformative potential of science in safeguarding crop quality and food safety, ultimately benefiting farmers in Fashola Agribusiness Hub.
The end game of research is to ensure that it creates solution to human problem. Okay? So what then is the essence of research that is being done that is not reaching to people? We have so many researches that have been done. We have so many innovations that have been developed. It needs to get to the hand of the beneficiary, which are the smallholder farmers, which are commercial agriculturists. But we can't get to all these locations where they are because that is not who we are. We need to leverage on partners. And one of these partners are the private sector that are in place, that already have the network, that already have the system, that already have the structure in place, and that's been doing
Additionally, support and farm management practices provided in conjunction with partners like the International Livestock Research Institute, HEALRI, have enhanced pastures and animal management techniques, optimizing livestock productivity.
usher people as well. The last people coming out from lunch. Okay. I hope you had a, oh, well, we'll start in a few minutes when His Excellency, the Governor is back.
Victor. Give me tape. Extend.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, His Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, Engineer Sheikh Makinde, is making his entrance, so please rise now. Okay, you may be seated. Thank you very much. So we'll continue with our program. I hope you enjoyed lunch. You had time also to mingle and interact and see the exhibition outside. Our exhibitors are staying until the end of the day. So for those that did not have a chance to see them at this lunchtime, you will have a chance to see them at the end of this program. Before we continue with the third and last segment of the program, I would like to recognize in our midst, once she comes in, because I'm seeing that the person would like to recognize is not here yet, but when she comes in, we will recognize her. We would like now to bring forth the young generation or the future of agribusiness, the face of the future of agribusiness that is being built now and being empowered now. We want to hear from their stories, and we want to hear as well from their inspirations. We are, what I'm talking about beneficiaries of the Youth Entrepreneurship in Agribusiness Project and the Start Them Early project. We have two young students here, or pupils, from the Methodist High School in Ibadan that were beneficiaries of the Start Them Early project. That's one of the projects that the state has really spearheaded. They've taken the concept from IITA and really run with it to implement it in different schools across the state. And we have the pleasure of having two students here that will come and share their experience with you. The first student is Lukman Sunday. Please come forward and share your experience with us and your testimony. So we can all see you.
Good day, everyone. Standing on existing protocol, my name is Steph Lukman Sunday. I am an SS2 student of Methodist High School. I am also a proud beneficiary of STEP, Start Them Early program. Being a member of STEP has shaped my understanding and passion about modern agriculture. Before joining STEP, my view about agriculture was limited to traditional farming, where we make use of hoes and cutlass. With the help of STEP, this has exposed me to mechanization, where we make use of small-scale machines like rototiller, seed planter, tool weeder, and so on, to eradicate the usage of hoes and cutlass. STEP has also inspired me to pursue a career in agriculture. I would like to become an agricultural engineer. And also, STEP has exposed me to precision agriculture, farming practice, and post-planting operation. STEP has also taught me on post-harvest handling of crops like cassava and how to add value to them. Also, STEP has taught me, with the knowledge I've gained in STEP, I now have a thriving tomato farm where I planted 2 plots of tomato. And I want to use this opportunity to thank Governor Sheikh Makinde for financing these projects. And I also appreciate the STEP Club for supporting the governor. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. This is the future billionaires of the state, so we can only encourage them. Agribusiness, yes, the main business. And the second, sorry, before I lose my sheet. So the second student that would like to call forth is Odeshola Jeremiah. Please step forward. Welcome to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol, my name is Odeshola Jeremiah Aluwada Asinu. I am an SS2 student of Methodist High School. I am also a proud beneficiary of the Amazing Start Them Early program, STEP. This afternoon, I am here to share with you the impact of STEP on me, my school, and my community. To begin with, STEP established 4 enterprises in our school and also trained us on them. They are livestock enterprise, crop and farm mechanization enterprise, value addition enterprise, and ICT enterprise. I specialize in livestock enterprise based on my interest. The aspect of livestock enterprise that we were trained on are aquaculture, goat farming, and poultry farming, which they were extremely interesting to me. In the livestock production farming, we were trained on how to take care of our animals, how to take care of their environment, and how to give them vaccines and the type of vaccine we can give them to prevent them from diseases and to ensure good health and good productivity from the animals. And we were taught on routine management practice. STEP did not only increase my interest in agriculture, but also showed me the critical roles that sustainable agriculture plays in our food system. The impact of STEP in my school has made my school more attractive, that parents are willing to bring their wards to our school. And this has led to the increase of students in our school. STEP also showed me that the integration of ICT in agriculture can change the way we farm. And they showed us that the potential to improve agriculture through technology is huge. It requires many fields. We were trained on how to market our products on social media platforms and how to design advertising materials for production, for agricultural produce, like stickers for packaging, so as to make good profit. And STEP did not only train me on agriculture alone, they also showed me how to make good profit out of agriculture through agribusiness. I don't have to wait for all these white collars jobs when I graduate from school. I can start my own agribusiness at home and I'll make good profits. I would like to see students like me benefit from this program by taking this amazing program to other schools so that young people like me can take better position in transforming agriculture for better. I strongly believe that with continued learning, I'll be able to contribute to agriculture in my little way so as to achieve a good sustainable agricultural future. Thank you to His Excellency Engineer Oluseyi Makinde for financing this project and giving the opportunity to STEP to come to our school. And thank you to the STEP team that also did not only educate us but also empower us, the youth, to take active roles in transforming agriculture for better. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Another round of applause to our young agripreneurs. And I don't think at their age I could stand here and address guests like the ones we have in the rooms here, governors and former presidents, DGs of centers and captains of industry. So you are on a great path to brightness, and we really look forward to seeing your trajectory in the future. So another round of applause for our excellent youth agripreneurs. Then we will move to slightly older agripreneurs that have benefited from the Oyo State Youth Entrepreneurship in Agribusiness projects. And they were empowered through the state, they were trained, and now they have established their businesses, and they're here to tell us a little bit about their journey and how far they've gotten. So I'd like to please first call Toby Ibukunolua. I think I hope that's the right way. CEO of iBaskets.ng Foods. Yeah, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Our grandpa, Chief Dr. Olusegun Obasanjo, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, Director of, that is a Governor of Oyo State, also Director of IITA, Dr. Simon Yu, and Dr. Seyi Makinde, that is the Special Advisor to the government on agribusiness. Dr. Deba Konde, I'm trying to get familiar with. My name is Tubi Bukunoluwa. I'm a master's graduate of human nutrition and PhD in health promotion and education. And I'm also the CEO of iBasket Food. iBasket Food is a leading producer of, hopefully, in the nearest future, of cereals and cookies made from indigenous tubers like sweet potatoes, cassava cereals, and also producer of herbal tea. While they're working on my PowerPoint, while my education has been able to expose me to the gap in consumers' access to availability and affordability of safe and nutritious food, I wanted to do more. I wanted to be an active producer of this safe and nutritious food. And I wasn't clear on my goals. I wasn't clear on my purpose. So the mindset the shift came when I was selected as a participant of the YEE program for 2 weeks. That 2 weeks was really intensive. At the training at Nasarawa, it was intensive. I was able to really learn a lot about production, processing, marketing. I was really able, it was like an in-depth training for me. And leaving the 2 weeks training, I left with knowledge, I left with some skills to be able to start my own. And that was actually the beginning of iBasket Food. It was the beginning of not just the iBasket Food, it was the beginning of purpose for me. I was able to really discover what I wanted. And then, from there, even without any capital, I was ready to build from the scratch. And then I started. And iBasket Food have been able to undergo further refining process through the support I've gained from Oysada, from the IITA team. I've been selected for several programs where I was able to exhibit my products in high-end events. I was able to get a lot of exposure. I remembered one of the program at the Agribusiness, where the first time where the governor bought my product, and also today he also bought my product. These are some of the things that really gives me joy. It's more than just buying the product. It's you telling me that I'm holding your hand, and then I'm holding you to succeed. And this is one of the things that prompts me to keep growing, to keep getting better. And last year, 2023, iBasket Food has been experiencing some growth too. We're able to attract grants from GAIN. We're the first and only business chosen in Oyo State for the micro grant of 2 million naira. Also this year, I was also selected as one of the beneficiary of the Our Excellencies initiative. That's the 500,000 naira grant. All this has been a great support to my business, and then we're beginning to see a lot of growth. Now I can confidently say that I also have my
I have my processing facilities now. Well, we're gradually buying some equipment. At least I have some basic equipment to produce these cookies made from sweet potatoes. I also produce this the herbal tea. The major aim is to ensure that there's access and availability to healthy snacks. We're also looking at expanding to also cereals. All this has been a great impact to my business. And we're looking at, in the last 2 years, we've been able to, in the cookies, I've been able to invest about 2.2 million naira. And also in the tea, I've been able to invest about 400,000 naira. And I know that I'm looking forward, I have a vision that in the next 6 years, we'll be able to have our automated processing facilities where we'll be able to produce cookies and breakfast cereals that are even more cost effective than what we have here. And also, we'll also be able to produce tea, herbal tea. So while you're taking your cookies, your snacks, while you're taking your cereals, your healthy cereals, you also have an healthy tea to take along with it. I really like to appreciate our governor, Engineer Seyi Makinde, His Excellency, for this great support he has given me so far, for bringing up initiative that encourages people like me with just dreams and without clarity of purpose to be able to stand from nothing, and now I can boldly say I have my business. This is also another growth for my business, standing in front of everybody and talking about my business. I know that in the next 6 years, I will be talking millions. Yes, I'm making millions of profit in my business. Thank you very much once again to His Excellency. Also, appreciation to the IITA team, to the Oyo team. I'll say that the partnership, the private partnership is a testament of how impactful it can be. My business is a testament of how impactful it can be to businesses. And I'll say that this should be more encouraged, because I'm looking at in the next few years, I'm looking at my business in the global scale. Now we're in the process of registering our products with NAFDAC. We're already in the stage, and we look at in the next few months, hopefully we'll have our products registered and we have it in shelves in Nigeria. And we're not just stopping at Nigeria, we're going global. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As you can tell, the youth, they're very passionate. When the enabling environment is there, they're ready really to take on the challenge to make agribusiness grow in our societies. So we would like for the second businessman, yeah, I would like to call to the stage Ope Dolapo Adewale, CEO of D-Breed Farm Enterprise. So,
yes. The former president and IITA Honorary Ambassador, Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. I greet you, sir. And His Excellency, the Governor of Oyo State, sir, I love you, Engineer Seyi Makinde, obviously. And then the Director General of IITA, in person of Dr. Simeon Hewi. Thank you. I want to also especially greet the Director of IITA and Executive Advisor to the Oyo State Government, in person of Dr. Debo Akande, distinguished stakeholders, businessmen, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Opekun Dolapo Adewale. I am the Managing Executive Director and CEO of D-Breed Farms, and I had lofty dreams, like they will call it, because D-Breed is actually built from the vision of being able to create nutritious and healthy food from either produce or product. And while from gathering skills and from my training and in school, I was able to come up with a formula, a combination that brings grains, vegetables, and fruits together to be able to make cereal. And yeah, to be able to make cereal, it's going to come up now. Mega pap, that's from our local food here, ogi. Some people call it cocoa, and so it's going to be in the flour form, but it's packed with natural nutrients. But then I had all of this, I knew all of this, but I didn't have platform, I didn't have support, I didn't have money, let me put it like that, to be able to fly this dream. Now, I was at the brink of giving up when His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde came up with the initiative of YIP, and I was selected as one of the 3,300 beneficiaries of YIP that was going to Nasarawa for training in the International Skill Acquisition Center in Gora, that's in CSS Farm. I got there, it was so incredible because I was already giving up on agribusiness. I thought to myself, go and get a job, guy, so that you can fend for your family. But getting there, it opened my eyes to see that, okay, these are men building things. Although I knew I was nowhere, but a spark of hope risen in me. And when we got back, I felt, in all honesty, I felt it was going to be like we used to have it in Nigeria, that they would just send you somewhere, ask you to go and learn something, and then you come back and that's all. But to my surprise, we came back. I was also one of the first 100 that was selected for the Pioneer 100 hectares cassava incubation program in Fashola. I was part of that program practically, and there, IITA team came, they were giving us practical steps to techniques in growing cassava and all of that. It was so beautiful, I was enjoying it. And then it was making me feel like, okay, there is actually more to agribusiness. And if I have this kind of light, that means that I can actually see through this dark tunnel. And it didn't stop there. They also went ahead. I was selected as part of those that will benefit from the OISADA and GIZ Farmers Financial Literacy Training. And there, that was where the biggest thing that I've been hoping for came. And then they introduced us to financial institutions. We were able to access a Greek loan. It was still feeling to me like, wow, what's going on here? But then I realized this, that his initiative and his program was actually to bring up hope. And he's doing that. YIP is doing that. Now, when we got this loan, we were thinking about those of us that got the loan were like, okay, we don't have land. And Dr. Debo Akade was like, don't worry, guys, I will support you guys. Then they took us to IITA Farm Hub in Awe, and then they gave us 10 hectares to cultivate the cassava that we got the loan for. It has been so interesting. Now, what am I saying? I'm saying this because it's practically the experience of every young person that wasn't born with a silver spoon. And we have dreams, we have ideas, but if we don't have the wherewithal to fuel our dreams, it becomes something else. Now, today, I can say that from the third quarter of 2022 today, we've been able to move. I have been able to grow my business from 1.2 million naira investment in third quarter of 2022 to currently 3 million investment right now. Because as you can see, we will notice that there was a slide that was shown earlier. Today, I cultivate 3 acres of irrigated farmland, habanero, chili pepper, sweet corn. And these are all good things. Now, why am I doing this? I'm doing this because I know this will actually make me grow. And how am I able to get here? I'm able to get here because there are 3 key things that I understood from what the initiative of Engineer Seyi Makinde is doing. 1, Empowerment is closed in educating them, exposing them, and showcasing them. I want to say that in so many ways, they have educated us. They educated me. They exposed me to things. So I saw people, I saw the way businessmen in Agric were doing things. It inspired me. And for every opportunity they get, thanks to Dr. Debo Akande, they showcase us. They show people, these are young people doing things. These are things that are making me happy. And I want to say thank you, a big thank you to the state governor, Dr. Engineer Sheyi Makinde. Thank you so much. For the IITA thing, thank you so much. Dr. Debo Akande, I want to sincerely appreciate you. Oysada and GIZ, I want to sincerely appreciate you. And I want to say this, that the projection that I have currently about my business is from here, it only gets better, because in the next 5 years, I want to grow into having my own grains farm so I can really go into processing fully. And we're talking about millions here. So I know that with this light that this administration has given me in agribusiness, I know I will grow. I told him something when he came to visit us in Fashola. I was telling you, sir, I said that we will not disappoint you. I was actually meaning myself. I said I would not disappoint you. And I'm standing here to say that I have not started, because I know that with more of the things that you are doing for us, I'll be a light, and I will actually show people that Oyo State is born out of greatness, and will actually project that greatness to Nigeria and to Africa, God's willing. And I'll be part of the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think those are very inspiring words, and we can only wish the best and continue to support the youth so that they can really take on the challenges of the future and they can be prepared for it now. I would like, before we move to the next program, highly anticipated interactive session, I would like to recognize the representative of the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and Forestry from Ondo State, Mrs. Foluke Tunde Daramola. I think she's somewhere in the room. Yes, you're very welcome now. Thank you for joining us. And now we want to invite our honorable guest to the stage, because we really want to pick your brain. We want to hear from you. We want to also have your own words of wisdom out of everything that we have discussed today, heard today. And this is the time for the audience also to prepare the questions. Bring them challenging questions, inspiring questions, things that you would like to know from our guest. So the first guest I would like to call to the stage is His Excellency Chief Olusegun Obasanjo. Please come to the stage. I think we would all love to be like him when we grow up. And then he's a man, when he speaks, leaders and everybody listens. So you're very welcome, sir. Thank you very much. It's an honor to have you here. We would also like to call on the stage the Executive Governor of Oyo State. I think we'll call him the first citizen of the state, His Excellency Engineer Sheyi Makinde. Please, a round of applause for our honorable guest as well. What do we expect you to do? Okay. I think His Excellency has started a trend, so the DJ of IITA cannot disappoint. We'll look forward for your victory run to the stage as well. And then last but not the least, I would like to call the Africa Continental Director for CGIAR and the Director General of IITA, Dr. Simon Iwi, to the stage. So we're waiting for your victory run. All right, okay. So we would like to start these interactive sessions by giving the floor to our guests. First, hear their impressions and hear also their thoughts about the day, and then we'll open the floor for the questions. So please prepare your questions, and ushers with the mics, I think you will have a few on each side. When you rise, you tell your name and then your question. Brief questions, please. But yes.
Thank you very much, Master or Mistress of Ceremony. Let me, because the governor just surprised me, not for his jumping up here, but he is going to be going to London tonight, and I want us to save as much time as possible. If you have questions, please put it on the table or the floor, and whoever you want to direct your question to, so that your question can be handled either by me or by the governor or by the Director General. But before we go to questions, I have one or two points to make. I must say, once again, to the governor, we really thank you. And to the DG, we thank you. What I personally envisaged will be the outcome of this exercise, of this meeting, has been, in fact, we have achieved it and achieved more. Let me, of course, now that the governor, the commissioner for Oyo State is here, and the commissioner for which other state? Ogun. And then our sister from Akwa Ibom. I thought we had another commissioner. Anyway, Ondo State. Oh, okay, that's commissioner for Ondo State for agriculture. Oh, permanent secretary.
Yes, sir.
You are most welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I want to just add a few points. I believe, as I said, we have really even achieved more than I thought we would achieve, or that we set out to achieve at the beginning of the. And I want to recommend that there's no strong objection that maybe between Oyo State and IIT, we should be having Agribusiness Day once a year. Agribusiness Day once a year, jointly. And we have seen what you have been able to do on this. And maybe something similar to this, and you choose where it will take place. Could be Fashola, could be here, could be anywhere. I just leave that one as something to consider. I was particularly pleased that we had the what I call research and innovation showing to us that the research is available to do what it needs to do for agribusiness. And those that are called agripreneurs,
and telling their own story. Today, live I would say probably not so important, but important. Not have them here. Agri financiers, made for future. They said what Oluyemisi said about the problem of getting funds. And it doesn't matter what you do have, if money say when it's not there, whatever plan you plan behind it, it will be abortive. So I believe we should have, let them come and tell us, and let us also ask them, if you only trade and you are not putting money into production, how long will your trading last? And I think we may have to take note of that. The second point that the thought is that we have this, what I would call agribusiness stakeholder in Oyo State. Why don't we form an association? We that are in agribusiness, whichever aspect of agribusiness are in Oyo State, form an association and form a cooperative. And with our cooperative, there's nothing we cannot do. And if we are doing that, I will only ask the governor to give that encouragement. And I will volunteer myself as the patron of that. That's the thought. The man who took my paper, where is he? Give me my paper now. Where is the man who took my paper? Give me my paper. Because there is, I wrote a thing down, I give it to you, and when you finish using it, and if you don't use it, you will be fired. The fourth point I have on my paper is listen to the four agripreneurs. Their stories are different. What motivated them, different, but all of their stories are interesting. And I say to myself, between the government of Oyo State and ITA, these success stories in agripreneur in Oyo State should be documented, because they are not afraid of letting other people know what they do and how they grow. And there's no success. Success begets success, let me put it that way. And those who will come in will say, oh, if A can do it, if Ebu can do it, why can't I? If Oluyemisi can do it, if Pinnick can do it, why can't I? Let us think of how to help them to document their success in entrepreneurship. Now, last point, Governor, this I think has gone so well that I'm encouraged that we should be thinking of which state will do this next. And that will be through your help and through the work of the Director General. The purpose of this was to raise awareness, to learn among ourselves, and to see what progress has been made. And there's no doubt that progress has been made. And what I have seen, what Dr. Kande gave to us, the presentation, was so very good that if I were a woman, I would have tried to date you as a result of your production. Well, that's all I want to say. And Governor, once again, I thank you, I thank you, I thank you.
Yes, we would love to hear your words, and then we'll be taking.
Well, this is follow your leader. Since our Baba stood up to address the gathering, I'll do the same. And Your Excellency, sir, let me say that we are highly encouraged also by all the kind words that you've, the things that you've mentioned here. And this is to say to us that, yes, we've covered some distance, but we still have quite a lot of distance to go. I'm particularly glad that the youngsters, the YIP graduates, now you're confident, you're starting to think like CEOs. I started business also at the age of 29. I left Unilag at 22 and a half, so I only worked for about 6.5 years in my entire life. The rest, I was doing my business. So I'm glad you're not seeing it like you're too young, to take on the challenge, to take on the world. And you're being equipped, to do that. My commitment to you is that we'll be here to continue to support you. Now I've listened to people, sir, some of the folks that have made presentation. They will say, oh, this administration, we've done well with infrastructure, we've done this and all of that. And I'm saying it boldly. The legacy that I want to leave behind is not the roads that we're constructing. It is not, whether we have done A, B, C, D in education, in healthcare delivery, and security. The legacy that we want to leave will be the institutions that we're able to build such that when we're not even there, we have strong institutions that will support some of the activities that we're carrying out. So my brother, Chief Pinnick, don't worry, people didn't trust me also when I was coming in because they said, look, this guy hasn't done anything before. He was never a councillor, never assembly member, he was not a senator, and he did up, step, and jump, to be the governor. Now, you're concerned, who is going to come after me? Well, we will build strong institutions that taking over from us will be seamless. Some of the challenges that we were faced with when we came in, documentation, strategy documents, and strategic plan. All of that we're working on. If you want to see certain documents, we can send it around. When I came in, before we came in 2019, when we were going around canvassing for votes, because I wasn't trusted due to a lack of political experience, so to say. So I had to find a solution to that. So I put pen to paper, black and white. I said, look, this document is a roadmap for accelerated development of Oyo State, 2019 to 2023. Because I wasn't sure whether 2023 people will want me back. So I limited a view of where we want to go. And that document was almost the working document that we used for governance from 2019 to 2023. And when I decided to seek for re-election in 2023, we also went back and said, look, this is what we've achieved in these 4 years. And I produced another document, which is a roadmap for sustainable development of Oyo State, 2023 to 2027. And I said, people should take it, keep it, and track what we're doing. So before I leave, I will hand over a document to somebody who will take over from me. It is part 2 of a roadmap for sustainable development of Oyo State, 2027 and beyond. So, don't worry. And some of the things that you already mentioned, I know about them. Power supply to Fashola. To be honest, because I have a place inside Fashola, when that building was completed, I went there. We were having 22 hours of power supply daily, and it was consistent. But suddenly, I don't know what happened. We started experiencing this power outage, but we will look after it and ensure that we have consistent power supply at Fashola. Also for sultry, I made a promise to you. I said, you told me that water is a big problem to run the factory, and I promised that the dam at Erua, I will ensure that we supply water at commercial rate from the dam at Erua to the factory in Ado-Awaye. It is still work in progress. I already discussed it with Water Corporation of Oyo State, and it will happen. For my sister Ebu, that road to Oshogun, I was on that road while campaigning in 2018. I had it listed as a road to be fixed, but it didn't happen in the first 4 years. And I'm glad that on the side of this meeting, I had the team from the World Bank and the ramp project monitoring unit from the Federal Ministry of Agric here. That road has been listed as part of what we want to do with RAM, and it will also be done. And for sultry, I brought the Commissioner for Local Government here, asked him to join us. You complain about the road from the main Ado-Awaye road to go to the factory. Himself and the chairman of Isayin Local Government, they will bring a request, an authority to incur expenditure for that road to be constructed. And I promise you, you must see a contractor mobilized to that road within the next 2 weeks. And finally, we'll still take questions if you want me around, but I know this is a wrap-up session. Finally, I'd like to commend the team from IITA, especially the co-host, the DG of IITA, Dr. Simon Hehue. We will continue to work together. Baba has challenged us. We must have Agribusiness Day. We will jointly work together to ensure that we bring out something that will be impactful and also sustainable. So for those of you who have shown belief in Oyo State by coming in to invest, we will continue to provide the conducive environment, the listening here to ensure that we dream big. I believe I was talking to one of you, maybe Sultry, when I went there to commission the plant. I said, you know, what about import substitution? And I mentioned to Baba also as we sat there that some months back we had the rice pyramid in Abuja, which was majorly political. And the rice pyramid did not translate to rice in the stomach of our people. But the point I'm making, where I'm going, is the fact that we dream not just for Oyo State, not just for Nigeria, because if we're talking about import substitution, we're talking about, you know, the markets that exist locally, but we want to go beyond that. And I'm glad from what we've seen outside, Baba, I'm glad that I told you the story about one of us who is making spirit from, yes. I drank out of it also, just. Yes, I have a bottle also, sir. So we will compare notes later. Yes, like son, like father, sir. So I hope this wasn't just a time to come and hide in IITA for these few hours. I hope this has really been beneficial to all of you, and you have our commitment that we will move forward together towards our dream of Oyo State being the agribusiness hub, not just of Nigeria, but the continent of Africa. Thank you, and God bless.
I'll say, hello? Okay. It's almost impossible for me not to say a few words. I think I want want to start by telling two stories. Two stories. First of all, for those who study the economics of agriculture and history, I think they know what Malthus is. Malthus. I've really heard about Malthus. It was in the late 18th century in the UK, and he was warning the governments at that time to say, hey, there will be famine. People say, why? He said, population growth is rising at a geometric rate, and then food production at an arithmetic rate. For those who study mathematics, geometric goes faster, arithmetic goes slower. So he said because of that, there will be famine. But what he did not build in his theory, although at that point he was right, he ignored the role of science. So the science proved him wrong up to now, because thanks to science, food production was able to increase with yield multiplied by several folds and always averting famine, except in those areas where you have catastrophic events, things like that. That's one story. The other story I would like to say, and I'm sure Baba knows about it because, he was already really active at that time. It is the story of India. I don't know if any of you know something called PL 480. It's a public law 480. It's a US public law. Google it and see what it is. It was an instrument that the US government was using to provide aid, food aid, to the third world countries, including India, where there was prospect for famine. But it was administered by US Department of State. By the way, USAID is part of the Department of State. So it's a foreign relation instrument. So in the 60s, of course, you remember that there's this story about, the West against the East. So the US tried to use that PL40 as a policy instrument to have India line up with the West. But Indira Gandhi at that time, they want to be neutral, non-aligned. She was upset with that. She took the decision to entrust to a Secretary of Agriculture of India at that time, MS Swaminathan, to say, I want you to work with the agricultural universities to create an agricultural revolution in India. They did it. That's what the word Green Revolution came from the work, the policy, the guidance of Indira Gandhi to Swaminathan, and then they invested in agricultural research and policies, land, fertilizers, everything in the northwest of India called the Punjab. And it led to the Green Revolution. And today, India can supply itself its big market. When they decide not to export, the price goes up. When they export, the price goes down. And that's what we need in Africa. So this is why I'm extremely pleased to be here this afternoon with the former President, His Excellency Obasanjo, the Governor of Oyo State, to talk about agribusiness for food security initiative in Oyo State. Because with the directive that they can give, things can happen on the ground. So I want to together applaud them for this initiative. I want to say that indeed, without science, nothing can happen. And charity begins at home. IITA was created in 1967 here. Many of us not me, but many of us here, we are not born then, but Governor will remember what I say by that. Maybe it was about, to be born. So, IIT is here. It has been working with various scientists and so on. We have an opportunity to really foster this partnership between research, between the private sector, between the government, to change things on the ground. And we can do it. It's a policy decision to be able to do it. It's mind-boggling for me to always hear that Africa is importing annually some $45 billion worth of food. It doesn't make sense. And this morning we heard, in the case of Nigeria, 10 billion, I heard. This is unacceptable. Imagine what $10 billion can do for education, for health, for technologies, importation, for many other things. Not for food, for which we have the land, we have the people, and we have the research centers. I think this should be a wake-up call for us to say, let's have the transformation. We should be producing, exporting, and really feed the world, because we have it. 60% of the land I hear every year. But that land, how much is it producing out of food? Almost nothing. Okay? The outputs, like the global output from Africa is like 10%, which is not much. So please, we need to be able to work together. But we need, in a tripartite partnership, we need to make sure that we also follow our path. It's not just importing technologies and then use them the way they are. We need to adapt them to the circumstances. Just now, for the story, when we were, Baba stood up, jumped here, and then the governor did the same. And then I was warned by Chief Otuba about, say, hey, don't follow them, these guys are politicians. He might not. I almost fell. But because I need to adapt to the circumstances, to the situation, it's good to say that each one of us we have our own situation, and we need to be able to adapt to the circumstances. So it's a call to all of us. In my tenure here as a DG, I want to be able to build on what already exists, to be able to work with the private sector, work with the government, work with civil society, to be able to make science, to put science at the service of food and security in Oyo State. When I joined a few months ago, one of my first visits was to President Obasanjo. And as he said earlier, I told him I'm very much worried about the situation, the food situation in Africa. I'm very worried. I mean, we have all these research centers, we talk about it here and there, and we are doing almost nothing. And the war of Ukraine and Russia came, and then highlighted the deficiencies we have in Africa. This is unacceptable. Why the war in Russia and Ukraine, will impact on how we are, feeding ourselves in Africa. This is unacceptable. Okay, and even some of our leaders going there to be able to. We should be not doing that. We can't change the situation on the ground, and it's in our hands. We don't need to be able to really do something different. It's in our hands. Each one of us here at our new level, we can do it if we want to. We can do it. I pledge, President Obasanjo, Governor Makinde, my commitment to work with you to be able to really make a difference. And as Chief Obasanjo said to me, we'll do it here at the state level, we'll do it at the national level, and then we'll take it at the African level. We need to do something. So I'm ready, and let's work together. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you very much for these words. And I would like to, before we move to the questions, we'll have 10 to 15 minutes for the question. So please be very brief, to the point, and state what you really want to ask. But before that, I would like to recognize the Chairman House of Committee of Agri of Oyo State and the committee members. And also would like to recognize Mr. Zishan Rab, who's the project controller on BMGF project, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation project. So thank you very much for being here. I'd like to recognize you. All right, so we have the first question. Okay, yes, so you can open your mic there, and then once you're done, you can just close it.
Good afternoon, sirs. Afternoon, sir. Now, it's not question per se, but I want to lay emphasis on what DMC and my good friend John said the other time about land. I know the Excellency can do it. I know it's a performer, it's an achiever. Let the state have 10,000 hectares of land in every local government. Then let them allocate to anybody who wants to farm. This will generate income for the state as well. And then we give us farmers. And then we investors have an investor in one part and a farmer on another part. Land to cultivate so that we won't be having problems of land. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Adepoju. I think I had what Yemisi said about land. A few weeks ago, I had an engagement on food security with farmers, stakeholders within that setup. And you know, when something is government, really is nobody's thing. When government invests its own money to say clear land first, you have the bottleneck from the civil servants. You may not clear up to the people that will supervise it. You may not clear up to what you've paid for. So we designed a solution at that meeting. We said, look, if you want to clear, let's say 10,000 acres of land, you look for money for half of it, and the government will give you half of it. That way, we all have a skin in the game. And the government will not, hire tractors. We already have private people doing that. All you need to do is, look, this is what you want to plant. This is the amount of land that you need. That way, you are doing your own part, I'm doing my own part, and then the system is very clear. And they are currently working, because I reviewed that with the Commissioner for Agri about 2 days ago, I think on Friday. They are already geolocating those farms, and they have the applications from the people. This is what we want to clear. So it's like we're subsidizing clearing by half to keep everybody in the game, to make sure that we all have a skin in the game and nobody is getting scammed. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll take the next two questions. Yes, so over there, yes, you can open your mic and ask your question.
Okay, Your Excellency, sir. I am the chairman of Farmers Association in Ilero, located in Kaduna local government. Our own problem in that axis is still security, sir. And the security of the herders invading our farms, and also of kidnapping. So please, sir, how are you going to make an effective, lasting solution to our problem in that axis in Okeogo, sir?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me also ask a question from you. before this administration, before Amotekun, how was it?
Before Amotekun, it was too serious, more bad than what we have now. It's getting reduced. It's just that it has not been well eradicated.
It has not stopped completely.
Yes.
Okay, well, it's work in progress, and we have to navigate between. I signed the anti-open grazing law within the first 4 months of my coming into office. But the enforcement became real challenge because we require the federal authorities, the Nigerian police, to enforce it. So what we've done is we've basically told the halfway line where we have Amotekun in there. We try to bring headers and farmers together and get compensation to farmers. Yes, I know we don't want to even deal with this. It's something that you want eradicated almost immediately. But when you try to pluck the mushroom quickly, it will scatter. So we don't want the mushroom to scatter. We will use style, still pluck the mushroom such that everybody can get benefit from it. So it's work in progress.
Thank you very much. And the next question, this man from. Thank you. Good evening, Excellencies. My name is Fomi Ogwe, and I'm the CEO of Sigma. I'm in Oyo State, working in the cashew value chain. I have 2 questions. The first one is to Excellency President Obasanjo. Your farm, Obasanjo Farms, is one that we grew up knowing as a successful farm. And as where I'm coming into farming, I'd like to know really from the business side of it, how has Obasanjo Farms fared? Has it made money? Is it something that you would encourage from a sort of new entrepreneur in the business perspective to employ? What are some of the lessons that you've learned? And then to Governor Makinde, this is the first time I've been to a workshop like this where the governor has stayed from beginning to end. So I would like to thank you for that. But also to ask you why, what do you see really, and how can you, sort of articulate it so that perhaps other leaders can emulate what you've done here today? And also a lot of the advice that General gave, or President Obasanjo gave around associations, doing this once a year. I'd just like to hear your thoughts on whether you think is something that the states or you would take to support. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Fumi. Incidentally, we know ourselves from the oil and gas industry. So I'm glad that we're attracting people from the oil and gas industry, diversifying into agriculture. It's a good trajectory for us. Tony, yourself, others in oil and gas, let me use this opportunity to invite you. When I'm done with my tenure as the governor of Oyo State, I can either be a pastor or I'll be a farmer. Well, I stayed, I got here at 8:30, thereabouts in the morning, because if I cannot demonstrate commitment to what we're trying to achieve here, who else? So it's just to, also, I have learned quite a bit, challenges from my brother Chief Pinnick from Sultry, from Ebon. Yes, Yemisi. So some of these things, I have them, I've taken adequate notice of them, and we have to go back and design solution, to some of it. And regarding some of the suggestions from our Baba, I mentioned it in the morning, when I was making my opening remarks. He has seen it all from the war front, Federal Commissioner for Works, rebuilding Nigeria, military head of state, civilian president. So when Baba gives a comment or advice, it's something that we have to take seriously, and it's not going to be any different in this instance. Thank you.
The reason why I have to get up is because I'm not a tall man. And if I sit down for me in answering your question, you won't be able to see who is answering your question. You won't know whether it's the governor or the DG. Now, the story of my farming enterprise is fraught with all sorts of things. But I was saying to the governor earlier today, before the opening, when we were in the holding room, that my farming engagement has had checkered history. At one time I was put in jail. Now you cannot be in jail and look at a farm. Then when I came out of, let me give you an example. Before I was arrested, my other farm was producing 5,000 trays of egg a day. 5,000 trays of egg a day. By the time I came back from prison, it was producing 250 trays of egg a day. Well, that's part of history. And then I decided, look, what I needed to do first is to rehabilitate my family. My children, some of them have been pulled out of school and all that. Anyway, the short and long of that story was that I managed to start the process of rehabilitating my family. And in that process, I also decided that I will manage to rehabilitate my farm. While I was doing that, the pressure mounted for me to contest as president, and I did. Then I moved from prison to a golden cage. You said prison to president. I said from prison to a golden cage, which is, as far as my farm was concerned, it's more or less the same thing. In the prison, I couldn't pay attention to the farm. In the golden cage, I couldn't pay attention to the farm. But I managed. And then I came out of the golden cage, and I will say this without any hesitation. I made a mistake. When I came out of the golden cage, I started paying attention to building a presidential library. and I didn't run the farms the way I was running them before I was arrested. I was running them hands-on. But when I came out of the golden age, I was not even running them with eyes on, not to talk of hands-on. So I paid attention to building the presidential library, and I succeeded on that. But then the farm went down. After building the presidential library, I decided now I want to pay attention to the farm. I have diversified. I've gone from poultry to piggery to rabbitry to grass cutter, even though my staff at one time said the grass cutter were running away. And you know what they did? They eat all my grass cutter. Now, for me, what I will say is this. What my slogan has been in agriculture is quantity, quality, and variety. So now we are in poultry, we are in beef cattle, we are even going into dairy, we are in sheep and goat, we are in farming in crop, we are in cashew, we are in mango, we are, of course, in rice, we are in maize, we are in cassava. And all these we try to process. So that's the position where we are. Thank you.
Okay, so we're taking the last questions, but those were already written. Apologies, the floor. I also have to read those questions, and His Excellency has a flight to catch, so we're trying to get this into some time. One question is around the Okere Dam, and saying that research has shown that the Okere Dam can generate power to the whole of the southwestern Nigeria. So is there anything that is being done so that Okere Dam can be used to alleviate the issue of energy in the state? And then the last one is about the price increases. Is there anything also that's being done by Oyo State in helping to regulate or control the prices of foodstuffs sold in the market once the roads are done? So these are the last two questions. I know you have a lot more questions. Apologies, but we only have time for this.
Okay, I have to stand up as well since. Well, Ikere Gorge Dam, yes, it was built by Baba. It was never commissioned. I've been there like twice now. I was given to Ogun River Basin Authority. One of the projects that was fraught with misinformation to the public. Ikere Gorge Dam is not in any position to supply electricity to the whole of West Africa, to the whole of Western Nigeria, no. It has the powerhouse, it has the slot for turbine, but I think maybe 12 megawatts from the old design. But maybe now you can get like 30 megawatts out of it with the water flow and all of that. It has been a bit of a back and forth between the state government and the federal government but we're working on it, especially you can supply water for irrigation, from that place. You can also supply water, to Iseyin and its environs. And that Ikere Gorge Dam, I flagged during the investment summit, and I said, if we're able to see an investor that wants to take on that dam, then the state government will fix the road between Iseyin, main town, and Ikere. So I'm repeating that also today, because that project wasn't commissioned for a particular reason, and the mistake that was made at that particular time, we will not repeat it. But I've seen people that have shown interest, and we're looking at alignment between Oyo State Government, Ogo River Basin Authority, and the federal government. And I believe in a very short time from now, we should have a resolution of that. And in terms of food inflation, I'm happy to say that from the data that we saw from Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, MBS, they said Oyo State has the lowest food inflation in the country, and I do know that people coming from Lagos, from neighboring states to buy food from Oyo State. But for us here, part of the initiative, because I had an engagement with the stakeholders in that area, and cost of clearing was mentioned as the major challenge, and the solution was what I explained. Then input, farm input, fertilizer, and we we launched here what we call the Oyo State SAFER package. SAFER is sustainable action for economic recovery, and a major portion of that. We're not talking about palliatives, right now, no, because here in Oyo State, palliatives, is just something that is temporary. But we felt we should take a medium to long-term approach, to solving this problem. So under our SAFER package, we had reduction and basically going out there to subsidize, giving inputs to the farmers, giving fertilizers to them. But we don't allow ghost farmers here. I'm sure Debo can explain it. When we came in, they said the farmers in Oyo State were 10,000. I said, okay, fine. Those 10,000 farmers, I need to have the phone numbers for every last one of them. I also need to have the coordinates to their farm. How much land are they farming? So when they took the file away from me, it came back and that number reduced to about 3,000. So when it came back, some of the numbers given, I gave it out to my people. Lolade here, she runs the call center for us. They called all the 3,000 farmers, and the number again reduced to about 1,600. So we know that here in Oyo State, people may think we're quite slow, but we're driven by data. So our SAFER package is the vehicle that we're using to tackle the issue of food inflation in Oyo State. And it is not a short-term fix, it's a medium to long-term fix. Thank you.
So this really brings us to the close of this session. with our esteemed guests. So thank you very much for all your words of wisdom. Maybe one last thing, 30 seconds. Do you have anything you would like to add or say before we call for the communique?
You asked me if I have any closing remark. Yes. I asked the governor, what should I say? Governor, thank you.
Thank you very much.
If Baba doesn't have, what makes you think I will have? I don't have also.
Nothing to add, just we want to be able to sign the communique.
Okay, wonderful. So now we will call Wale, if he's around. Yep. Well, I think the communique is still being set up, but unfortunately we really don't have a lot of time. So let us just call Dr. Debo Akande for his concluding remarks for this great event. Thank you.
I'm wondering whether I should have anything to say. If Baba doesn't have anything to say, the governor doesn't have anything to say, and the DG said it's only to sign the communique, then why am I talking? Well, in any case, I just want to say thank you to every single one of us for spending time with us here at IITA and in Oyo State to witness this occasion. This a paradigm shift in the way we do agriculture in Africa, and you will see that it's truly going to create a paradigm shift. And I know why I say that. I know when you have the set of people that is sitting behind me backing an initiative, then you can expect success, around that. Baba is here. You know how, you don't know who he is as much until you travel out of this country and you work in other African countries. I've worked in other African countries, and I know how respected Baba is by president of nations across the whole of Africa. So if Baba is backing an initiative, then you can understand what will happen across the whole of Africa. We're also very privileged to have the DG of IITA, who is now, officially the continental director of CG Center, meaning that it's not just an IITA DG, is leading 14 centers, or all the centers of CG in Africa. And you know what that means, with our IITA presence in over 17 countries, and that is very strong. And by the way, he didn't introduce himself from his previous position. He was a former regional director for Africa for World Bank for Sustainable Development. You know what that means as well, And so we have all those backing, across board. And to my mentor and my boss, an exceptional human being with such an amazing character. I know, he's passionate for agribusiness. You can't really even know until you sit down with him on a strategy section, and you see how much he knows about this. His passion, his vision, his delivery, his tenacity is unmatched. And again, Excellency, on your mandate I stand. I want to say thank you so much to every single person that came here from other states, Honorable Commissioner from Osun, Permanent Secretary from Ondo, SA Akwa Ibom, and every other person that I've now mentioned here, private sector, media, file and ranks in Oyo State, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Thank you so much. Thank you and God bless.
All right. So thank you again, and thank you for your concluding remarks. With that, really, we bring to a close this event. Thank you for really staying with us all this time, and really thank you for our esteemed guests. I know you have to take the road, so we really we were honored to have you here. So we'll definitely, and please, yes, you can exit. Great, and see you at the next event. Thank you. God bless you.